Nikki Jacobs. Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. Today, wasn't sure I was going to be on tonight. I am on because I want to show them that they're not stopping me, even after all the targeting all week, since last Saturday, every single day. You're not stopping me from talking. No matter how I'm feeling, I am going to make some kind of post, some kind of video, and I will be here, whether you like it or not. Anyhow, and whether anybody comes into my chat or not, that's just how it's going to be. I'm going to be here and I'm going to be talking about all the different things, all the different subjects, including targeting, which is one of the conversations for tonight. But right now, I specifically wanted to come on and talk about death, dying, and the other side. So 2 weeks ago, or thereabouts, somebody I knew died because of targeting. Not only in my opinion, but in their specific community's opinion. And they were heavily invested and involved in SSP, and it was James Rink that I'm talking about. And because of the extreme frequency weapons that have been used on that individual, he had some very serious medical problems that ended up taking place. Hey, Woo Riders. And so today, right now, is hi Desi. Hi, Woo Riders. So today, right now, is Saturday, December 13th, 2025. And one of the things that I want to talk about is the fact that, so I had another friend, I had somebody that I knew die yesterday. And then tonight, before this podcast, I was informed that somebody that I knew from a number of years ago had also died last month. And death and dying is part of... Hey, little Kim. Death and dying is part of human life, human existence, all aspects of life, basically, for every species out there. And what I'm realizing is this week, and really in the last 5-6 months, this year, oh, I forgot. Hang on. There we go. I forgot to unplug, so I had to unplug, so hopefully no more buzzing. At least I did it 4 minutes in instead of 10 or 15. Anyway, Rodney Fortui? I think you mean, are you on a spaceship? No, obviously not. Anyway, Dan Little Cam, how you doing, hun? So death and dying is a significant part of life on Earth, life in any kind of existence. You're there and then you're not. But the interesting thing is that during my targeting last week, which was so bad between Saturday and Monday of this past week, that they created a skin reaction in me, which means that they were using microwave technology. And my skin burned. I mean, it was really bad. I did take pictures. I did go ahead and post that to the private section of my Facebook page, of my personal Facebook page, not my Psychic Medium page. And basically, it wasn't even, the pictures did not even show how severe that the redness actually was. And I was really rather surprised about that. I mean, it showed the red, but it didn't show the deep redness. By Monday, I ended up having to cover my head and part of my chest in castor oil. Organic hexane-free castor oil. So if you are a targeted individual, organic hexane-free castor oil that is sold in brown glass jars, specific to glass. Don't buy stuff out of plastic with this stuff. With this one, this one's a really big deal. And I literally, I mean, my head, my hair. I'm very surprised I was able to get the last of the oil out of my hair, but I was just plastering it on from Monday through. I was starting to do it on my eyes and part of up in here because my eyes were starting to hurt. But come Monday, my skin, everything was burning. And that was due to the microwave technology frequency weapons that they were using. And so by Tuesday, you can't go out when you're covered in oil like that from, like from here up. It's just because it's saturating your hair. I mean, it was just thank God I had an old hair pick so I could, very carefully comb out my hair to make sure that I was getting the castor oil in on my scalp. And I actually, come Wednesday, I had a blister right over on my scalp, but I also had one on a tiny one on my ear, but I had one about the size of my fingernail that ruptured come Wednesday. That was not pleasant, or yeah, early Wednesday morning. So if you are targeted, what worked for me may not work for you, but I'm putting this out there because there are people who are targeted. So basically it worked. It healed really rather quickly. I was very fortunate, very thankful for that. But Tuesday, the wee morning hours of Tuesday, I came out into the living room and I sat down in the recliner, and I was really out of it. Too much going on besides the frequency weapons being targeted with them. I ended up having the deceased friend, associate, come in and sit down on my couch, and even the family dog wouldn't get up and sit in his normal locations on the couch because he was just, so my friend was there. So and he sat and he watched Scooby-Doo with me because that was all I was capable of at that moment in time, because I was so out of it. Too much psychic work, too much energy work. It was, and then with the targeting and everything. So basically, he sat there and we talked for a little bit. I mean, with what I could hear of him, and a couple of times he had to repeat things for me, which I appreciated, but I could still hear him. It's interesting because the ones that are doing the targeting believe that they're going to completely stop me from talking in any way, shape, or form. And I'm going to continue talking about my experiences. whether they like it or not. I'm going to continue on with what I'm doing, whether they like it or not. And the other side has made sure that even though the targeting has significantly affected my mediumship abilities and a few of my uh, psychic abilities, the other side and source, and including Jesus and a number of hierarchy angels, have made sure that my abilities are, I'm still receiving, I'm still mediumship wise hearing things. It's very different now, but I'm still hearing things. That tells you that I'm supposed to be talking about this. It also tells you you're not going to stop me. You need to be aware of that because I'm dealing with a higher power than you. So if you think you're going to stop me, you're going to have to deal with the other side. It isn't going to happen otherwise. They're already providing you consequences. Your karma is up. That's not a threat. That's a fact. Check it out for yourself. The targeting that you're doing upon numerous populations on this planet, your time is up. That is what I'm hearing. You better be running scared because shit's gonna happen. And that ain't coming. You don't have to hear it from me. All you have to do is look. They're coming for you. And it ain't coming from me. It's coming from the other side. You have done so much detrimental shit on this planet that you have pissed off a serious amount of hierarchies on the other side, including Source. Now, I'm not speaking for him. I'm just telling you what I know and what I've been repeatedly told and have witnessed. And the fact that one of your own motherfucking pieces of human shit have come to me screaming at me from a long distance, running to me and cussing me out while I'm in the shower a number of weeks ago, while I've got shampoo in my hair. She's coming over to me screaming her fucking head off and telling me that it was all my fault, that I'm the one that caused her to die. That's bullshit. It's not my fault. It's on her. That's her karma. That's on her soul. That means that all the shit that you're doing and pulling, they're coming for you. And who is they? They is Source and the hierarchies. You guys have seriously fucked your lives over by doing what you're doing to other people. They're coming for you. That's not a threat on my part. That is literally what I am being told over and over and over and over again. And you know it because you're watching what I'm posting in different things and in different areas. This is not a threat from me. You're getting a warning from me, and I don't have to do that. I'm saying it because you really should be in fear. The shit that you've been pulling all these years, not just to children, but to adults in all different levels of programs, the crap that you've been doing, oh my God. They are not happy with you, and it's coming down. Your lovely little castles that you think are just so high and mighty, you're going down. And I get to watch. So do a lot of other people. This is not me being a smartass. This is me telling it straight up. This is not me making threats. Like I said, I'm telling you straight up. I always have and I always will tell you straight up. And that actually goes into a prediction that you do have control over. And it is a very serious prediction because I was given 3 different aspects of it and I didn't put all of it together. Granted, I have it written in my notes, but I didn't put all of it together until last night. And when I realized, I went, holy shit, this has to be talked about because you in government need to make sure that it stops. So there's 2 sides of this coin here, folks. We got one side to where they're fucking everything up, not only for everybody else, but for their own lives. But they also have the ability and the control to be able to stop what's going to happen in the United States, in the state of New York, that I was shown 3 separate times. Once in August, I didn't understand. I was so horrified by it. There's only a couple of people that know that information. So the next time was last month. I had to think about that. The second time was last month, sometime last month, and the third time was yesterday. And now I understand what it all means. And I'm still trying to understand, does what I saw and the names of the cities that I was told, are they going to happen in a specific order, or is the sale of something is the sale of something horrific going to happen in one of those cities, or is the two sections of one disaster going to be happening in those 2 cities? I do not know. But I kid you not. There's something that, and based on what I saw, psychically saw, regarding the state of New York, it was not just the state of New York, it was also a town inside of New Jersey. So I'm trying to find the exact location because I can see it in my head. I just have to find it on a frickin' map. I know that is going to be a specific point, and it's got me freaked out. Now, the timeline for this, based on what I was shown, is either at the end of winter going into spring, because it was not a rainy season. It wasn't ice cold to where people were blowing smoke out of their, or freezing air out of their mouth. It was wet. It was rainy. It had obviously just rained because people were figure out how to say this correctly. People were walking in a specific way and they were bundled up, but it wasn't quite winter time. It wasn't exactly springtime either. So somewhere in the mix. So you guys know your weather patterns more than I do for that specific state. I'm thinking April into May, but I could be very wrong. It could be March into April because I don't know the seasons of the state of New York. So with what I saw, we can finalize and come down and tighten up that timeline. In the meantime, what I can state publicly about this, because this is very serious shit. Very serious shit. There's at least 3 agencies that need to be involved in this. So you go from the targeting aspect and me giving a warning because of what I've been consistently told for a long time. And then you get psychic stuff like this where they do have to take action. And I'm not talking about taking action against me. I'm talking, there's a sale of an item that needs to be stopped to prevent what this situation is. I don't know where the sale of that is, but I do know this, and this I can make public. The hell? Just a second. No, I can't say the name of that. One second. Oh, where the hell? There you are. Okay. Okay, there's two specific kinds of vehicles. You're dealing with a buyer and a seller. Okay. One is a male in an older Chevy vehicle. It's blue. It's a classic car. The other one is a Cadillac. I believe it's a newer Cadillac, like 2025 kind of newer. 2024, 2025, 2026 type of Cadillac, okay? Black. Which I didn't write down, and I need to write down right now because I forgot to, there was so much going on with that. And of course my pen won't write. Let's try this one. There. Black Cadillac. Okay. The quote unquote money man, as I'm calling him, is quote unquote crazy mind, crazy as F. I mean, like way out there delusional. I don't know if now what I wrote is the lead guy. I got the word Polish. I don't know if he's Polish. I don't know if people around him are. I have no idea. I know that the what I've got is the U.S. government. They are aware of certain things right now. But the buyer is pissed because the item that he wanted is dramatically smaller, and this guy not only is far out psychotically whatever freaking crazy delusional shit, okay? I mean, like way out there, man. This guy is a quote unquote cold-blooded killer is a quote I got. Other information, there will be fighter jets out of McCarran Airport. And those are direct quotes from two of my guides. This is a big deal. Regarding a prediction. This is a specific kind of strike. And I don't know if they end up with somebody, if they get him. Let's just put it that way. But I do know that if this is serious shit. I don't say this lightly. I typically do things differently, but with this one, please stop this from happening. There's two locations that things take place on the East Coast. Please stop this from happening. I don't know anything else other that there are two specific things I'm not saying publicly. I will not say publicly, and if actually there's probably four. There's one is the name of two names of how do you say that? City or aspect to a city, or area to a city, or neighborhood? I don't know. Anyway, so that's two right there. The other one is what's bought and sold, and the other end is what the target is. Unexpected, because testing. So for me to get that information and for me to even talk about it, this is a big deal. And it's not to frighten. It can be prevented, it can be stopped. And I know that they will get it taken care of. I don't know if they will get the nutball, truly horrifically crazy individual. And I don't know what country he's from. Don't have a goddamn clue. I can feel the energy. I can't see his face. I can see his hair color, approximate height, approximate weight. But the vehicles, those are the key things. The balls out crazy guy, he's got the the Cadillac. The seller, I don't know where the fuck he got what he got, but he's a classic car guy, older, quote unquote older Chevy. He's a classic car guy. So if it isn't stopped, there are going to be heroes, true heroes, people who are in the area where disaster strikes. You're looking at different police officers. Uh, I got police sergeant, I got bartender, waiter at a restaurant, um, a pilot. There's all different people that are on the ground that are going to be, if this does happen, that they will be heroes. I mean, it will make international news. They will be heroes. Um, so, um, I'm just trying to figure out the rest of this shit, and as to the one specific, I got a name of a city, and I got an image of, I don't have a location in that city, which really freaking sucks. But I have a image in my head that it's like I can't even shake it. It's which means they are really trying to get, the other side is really trying to get me to be really hardcore and consistent with finding that specific location, exact specific location. And I believe, based on what images, psychic images I saw, we're talking about anywhere from a 1 to a 3 block radius. So, for damage control. Ouch. So, I have not checked chat in 25 minutes, so just a second, folks. Let me go in and check here. Woo Riders, Lil Cam, Rodney. Okay. Taylor Gang. Yeah, okay, whatever. Old West. So happy to be here for another Saturday evening. And hello, Nikki. Hello, Old West. Gromesh, I'm back. Gur the dog? Gur the hog. Okay. No, I'm 57. Laughing over my name. What are you talking about? Predictions. Lil Cam. The Hughes prophecy is a weird one to look into, says Lil Kim. Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't have a recollection of what it is right now. Rewriters, prayers for the 2 USA soldiers and. Oh, honey, thank you for saying that, Rewriters. I did not know. Yeah, this is not something like that. This is different. Gur the Hog. That's different. I'm not gonna repeat that out loud. Woo Riders, prayers also for the victims at Brown's unit. Yeah, definitely. Blowing from the mouth and it's wet. Yeah, okay, that's funny. I do have to say that is comical. And oh, I hit the button again. It lit me up. Hello. What are you talking about, Auntie? Oh my god, very serious shit. Yes. Watch the language, please. Yeah, no kidding. I got kids in the room. Ah, okay, good to know. Well, this is not made for kids. And that's what headphones are for. We allegedly have 2 million sleeper cells with, this is from Little Cam. We allegedly have 2 million in our country, which oddly is the same sum of narcos in yeah. Hassan said hi, hello. Isabella, you're gorgeous, thank you. Norman Butcher, God loves you. Yes, I agree. Rachel May, hey Nikki, hi. Barry Johnson said hello. Hi, Barry Johnson. Can you describe friendship in 3 words? A form of, no, that's 4. Form of love. How's that? Old West, hi Nikki. Okay. I can't even read that name. All I got is Sharma. Heart Sharma. Okay. If that's all that's gonna be in here, then that we can just remove that. And that one. Okay, hang on a minute. Little business, guys. Hang on a second. The harvest is almost upon us. Yeah. Okay. So, there we go. I think we got all of the scam bammers. Okay, so I'm all caught up. All right, so 13-3, so 1-3-3 on the numbers. Or 10-3 on the numbers right now. Anyway. Writers, Georgia, Guidestones activated, yeah. Okay, so that all said, there was a name with this, but I don't think it goes to the correct, I don't think it pertains to this. It might, but I honestly, I don't believe it does. The feeling isn't right about it, so it's but yeah, this does trigger a military defense response. So anyhow, all right, so that's part of targeting and part of prediction, or goes into it. 13-3 on the numbers again. So I wanted to get in to talk about death and dying on the other side. One of the things that I wanted to say, because I was helping some friends deal with another friend's death, Um, hang on. Okay, sorry. Uh, Basically, what I wanted to talk about has to do with. So I was asked a number of questions, and it brought up a lot of things that I realized that some people may not realize. Um, because they've experienced death in their family or within their friends or business acquaintances or acquaintances of one way or another. I'm going to give you an example of what it was like when I watched my mom die. And I'm not going to be graphic. I'm not going to be, but I am going to say a few things. Um and I know this because of seeing my step grandmother uh the night, technically it would have been the night before she had died, before she had crossed. um and she had died, I believe, about 3 hours after the family was with her, is what I think. Based There's a number of factors with that. um my grandfather was a different story. He went out because of a dire medical situation. So um but in what I've experienced and what I've witnessed, um sorry, I just received a message. When a person dies, actually dies, you have, and even um if it's a surprise death, so like for example, my grandfather's was a surprise death, or if it's a long term health issue, such as with my step grandmother and such as with my mom, you have a lot of family coming in on the other side, whether that's their parents, their grandparents, their great uncles and aunts, siblings, anybody who's on the other side. 13.3 again. Anybody who's on the other side that loved and cared about them will be surrounding. They will be surrounding especially if it's a long term. They'll be surrounding the bed, the area, wherever it's in the process of taking place. And what I learned and what I witnessed with my mom was that you had immediate close, like her mother, her father, her brother. Um, then the next round is their aunts and uncles. So my great aunts and uncles were there, all of them. I was really surprised. Um, Especially there's one specific great uncle. I was just like, oh man, okay. And one specific great aunt I was like that with. I was like, oh my god, okay. We never got along. And I didn't understand the other great uncle. That was a different ballgame altogether. But they were all there. They were all there. My mother's grandmother was there. Okay. Then you've got, as you continue to go out, so here you have immediate family and it goes further out. Then you go into even further out from that and further out into ancient family. All the way, the lineages come together when you have somebody. Doesn't happen like that all the time, but you will have people on the other side come in to be with you. Even if you don't believe you will have somebody on the other side. Now, if it's somebody that you did not get along with, that you had, that was abusive, they will not be allowed. Just from what I understand, they will not be allowed in doing any of that. They won't. be allowed near you. So if you're worried about that, that's not something that's a false sense of belief. Um, Now I know with my mom, they had the family took her, but they had angelic escorts because I could feel them. I could see them too. I just don't typically talk about it. It was I could see them in a very specific way. I could see the white lights of angelics. How else do you how do you explain that? It's because they're in a specific energetic body, a frequency body. It was real specific because typically when I see angels, I don't see the white light. I see the angel, the face, the body, if they're coming in with wings, if they're not coming in with wings, if they're coming in with others, and they'll have a glow, they'll have a specific kind of glow about them. Not always, like with certain ones they don't have that, but with many others they do. But you can feel the energy that they are from source, that they are dealing from source and from Jesus. It's a different feel. um so it's a very different feel than, say, for example, like when Isis came to me, and number of years, well, quite a few years ago. So I've had different ancient Egyptian, um, lack of a better word, deities, um, come talk to me. And there's actually a couple of them that, in my estimation, I am protected by them. And I can only make guesses as to why. Um, but what I wanted to say about, for example, with my mom, she went out, um, as she was in the process, as her body was laying in the bed. She was in the process of already out of her body, but her soul cord was still very much connected. She was no longer, I could tell that even though her body was still, doing the breathing thing, uh, how else do you say that? Um, her soul cord was still connected to her body. She was in astral form, and she was with, I could see it. I could see her with my, I could see her with my grandmother. I could see her with my grandmother, my grandfather, my great grandmother, and a number of other family members that I'm not going to, because some of my cousins would be very upset if I mentioned folks by name. So, and I don't want to do that. I want to try and be as respectful as I can about that. Because that's their grandparents. Hello. Um, so there were many from the other side that were surrounding my mom in her astral form. And when her body finally stopped, I'm going to not describe it. When her body finally stopped, that soul cord released, and she was out. I mean, it was like, it was kind of like between a and a pop sound. Not even close to the sound, but it gives you an idea. And I find it very interesting because I've seen that with other, like with my grandfather, when they had him lying on, when the paramedics, um, I guess my mom threw quite a conniption fit. He was out on the grass when he had died, and in the backyard of his house. And the paramedics had, my mom had thrown quite a conniption fit because obviously my grandfather was dead, her dad. And she basically demanded that they put him on the couch in the living room. And they did, because she she kind of lost her shit over the fact that her dad had died, which is understandable. And I think because I think that was probably why the police were called, because my mother threw such a shit fit over the fact that he was laying out on the grass. Um, so when I got there, there he was on the couch, and I ended up being talked to by a few people. um, Going, okay, because mom and I were on the phone at the time when my grandfather had fallen off the porch and had died. Um, she was in her bedroom talking to me on the phone, and the phone records can show and document it and prove that. But um, when I got there, even back then, I could feel family. I could feel my grandfather when I went to say goodbye to the physical body of my grandfather. I went to give him a hug, and the coroner who was standing there, one of the Seattle coroners, um, was watching everything. They wanted to know, and I'm like, if you want my, don't even. If you want it, just fucking ask. Um, and so I gave him a hug and a kiss on the forehead, and um, told him I was going to miss him terribly, and I was going to miss not being able to give him a hug and be able to talk to him regularly. Like we had. When you're in the physical, you can, it's different. It is so different. It is, we take that for granted. We take our physical bodies for granted in such a gigantic way, people. And we need to not do that, because the physical body is, the timelines for us is so fleeting and so fast. It is really it's really a, a big deal. um Hello, la addicts, is that what the name is? Anyway, I found you again. God bless, lady. Hi. Hello. um 10-4 on the number. So anyway, uh so I felt my grandfather around me. I felt his mother around, which was the very first time that I mean, that was the first time I recognized my great grandmother's energy. She, you got to remember, um, she was a, uh, uh, all I can think of is she rode in on a, I want to say it, a chuck wagon. That's not it. She rode in with children. She didn't have a husband. She rode in a buck. Thank you, Grandpa. She rode in a buckboard with a whatchamacallit, 3 rings of, and a canvas. I can't think of what it's called. Anyway, and that's covered wagon. Thank you, Grandpa. Um, that is. Oh, see, now my cheeks get red because I was having problems with my words, because that's targeting, and then my grandfather kicks in, and that's what I'm talking about. Government not going to stop me from talking. The other side is making sure that I'm able to communicate with them. No matter what is done to me, they're making sure that I am going to be covered so that I can continue to talk publicly. And I will be talking publicly my entire life. I already know that. I've been shown that so many damn times, it's not even funny. So, what I'm telling you is, regarding death, you are surrounded by your loved ones. If you didn't have a good experience with your parents or with siblings, it's not likely they're going to be allowed around you when you die. Um, Afterwards, yes, but instantly when it happens, you're going to have those who love and care about you surround you and welcome you back. because it's a different ballgame when we are in these physical, fleshy bodies versus the ethereal, spiritual side. How else do you say it? It is a spiritual side. Well, the only other way that we humans can classify it is calling it the ethereal. There's also other aspects to it, which goes into quantum physics and all the science and all this other stuff. But when it boils down to it, it's two different lives, lifetimes, or lives that you are experiencing. Um, when a person dies, there really is another side. Uh, your family is there. They're who you classify, who you believe is your family. They will be there if they're on the other side. Um, Now, I didn't recognize when my mom had died. I did not recognize that um, my I didn't recognize my mom's brother's energy. I knew that he was there, but I didn't recognize him. And it wasn't until so my mom died in February of 2025, so earlier this year. Um 11 10 months ago. 11 months ago, whatever. Um anyway, point being, not 10 months ago, sorry. Brain fart. Um so point being that when he came in, or when my mom, during either August or September of this year, so it wasn't very long ago, but she came over. I had gone in to rest, into the living room, and I'm not, no, I can't say that. Um, so I had gone into the living room to sit down in the recliner, and my mom came in and she said, "Would you like to meet your uncle?" And I went, I named him. I named him the nickname that the family named him. Okay. Not his legal name. And she said, "Yeah, who'd you think I was talking?" I was like, "I don't know. Did we have an uncle that I did we have a uh, another great uncle I wasn't aware of, or?" And she's like, "No, my brother." And I'm like, "Okay, I just wanted to be clear." And I was so stunned by that. Um, so it was really interesting. Okay, so this is actually a really good question. From LA Addicts is asking, I gotta ask, you know I mean this lovingly, how can you tell that it's a loved one talking or interacting with you and not malevolent beings? There's a specific energy with them, plus most of the time I will see their face or their body. With a malevolent being, they can try to screw with the energy, but they never get it right. The energy will feel off. Like something isn't, you can't put your finger on it, but something just isn't quite right. Um, and they will always produce an exact image. And I mean detailed. And if you know your abilities really well, like I do, and with the targeting that I've got, um, I know what the energy is. So, like with my mom, my grandfathers, my different grandfathers, my different grandmothers, my great aunts, my great uncles, now my uncle, um, who I never got to know growing up. I never got to know him. When I was born, he had been institutionalized. And he was institutionalized because of He was the mentality of essentially a 2.5 to 4 year old, if that. Um, and because of a very serious situation that he had at birth. Um, Present, love you, Nikki. Hey, Tim, how you doing, hun? Uh, Jocelyn, JSIN 8048. You are an angry, nasty female 5. You look. I think you mean obese. You obviously can't spell for shit. Um, the on pot. No, I'm not. Okay. And apparently you don't know how to behave in a chat. So if you can't be respectful, you will go the fuck away. Um, yeah, Venica Delirium. Yeah, FFS. If you're gonna insult people, learn to spell. Thank you. Agreed. The public library is a very nice in USA. Yeah, honey, learn to spell. Give me a wrench. I'll handle that. Yeah, that's yeah, it's okay right now, Tim. I got it. At least for right now. Um, both of my wrenches are, well, actually, two out of the number of wrenches that I have. I wasn't expected to go live tonight, Tim. I really wasn't feeling good, and I went, well, F this. I am not going to um, kowtow to how I feel simply because of being overwhelmed this week. Thank you, though, Tim. I appreciate it. Give you a great big hug for that. Great big hug. um, but yeah, I do appreciate that. Yeah, I ate and I did what I ate was high protein, which I don't have not been able to do in the last number of months. Um, yeah, glad you're feeling up to it, Amiga. Yeah, exactly. Um, so yeah, it was a really rough week with the targeting and the friends dying and memorial service and or memorial tribute, um, and then being triggered with meeting different people in SSP and unexpectedly being triggered because of meeting them. Um, I even had somebody unexpectedly who's the only person I've come across so far that has verified something that I remember that everybody thinks that I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? Oh, sorry, what the f are you talking about? And how is that possible? And well, I was a pilot in SSP. That's why I remember it, and it wasn't widely known, which means that I was right in uh, my military rank because you only had and for whatever reason, I was given a military rank there. I had one. Um, it just mind boggles me that I did. Um, but this individual verified what I saw and verified it in detail. And it just so overwhelmed me because because of them, I started remembering more and more of some of my SSP time. Now, mind you, for those that don't know, SSP is Secret Space Force. It's also, oh, that reminds me about what government is now doing. Okay, so government. Um, Okay, I want to be sure that I say that. So I'm not going to be stopped. No matter the triggers that I'm going through, no matter how exhausted I am, how I'm feeling, unless I am truly ill, like physically, and I can't talk, then it'll be difficult. I will put up notices if I can't do that, but I will also make statements because I'm not going to stop talking. I will say stuff. Um, Jocelyn, if I was your man, I'd put you to bed. Good night. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so the other side, when it comes right down to it, it gets real interesting real fast regarding what I've seen, what I personally know, what I've personally experienced. Um, and I got somebody right now. I'm literally seeing a waving hand going like this at me, right off over to my right. Um, there's like, okay, God, how many are there of you? I got a row of people. Holy shit! I got a row row of people in a like a half C shape, and there's 3 rows of spirits. Holy crap! Oh my word. Um, there's like somewhere between 7 and 10 to 12 people. No, 7 to 10 people here. Wow. That's kind of a trip. Um, so anyway, and they're all waving, and some of them are different families, some of them are friends, and some of them are not. They're strangers. Um, and they're happy. They're happy that I can see them. Well, I can semi see them. I don't know how else to explain that. I'm going off of feeling and psychic vision, but yet it's not quite psychic vision anymore. It's like psychic vision combined with higher consciousness. Um, there's a female here that I do not recognize. She's blonde. I'm trying to get a name and I can't seem to get a name. Um, honey, I can see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. God, is your name really Karen? Um, natural blonde hair, shoulder length. Can't tell if those are jeans or some sort of slacks. They're kind of like a medium color of blue. Quote unquote, this is what I wore all the time. Okay. I can't call that an orange or a peach shirt. I don't know what color to call that. Somebody will recognize. And white tennis shoes. I'm being shown white tennis shoes, like boating shoes. That's what they remind boat shoes. That's what they remind me of. Like when you're on a boat all the time. Okay, I'm getting the word Landau. I don't know if that's a last name. I don't know what that is, or a yacht or a marina or I don't know. Karen Landau. I don't know if that's a name. She's waving furiously. She's just going like this. Tell him hi. Tell him hi. Tell him hi. I'm like, I don't tell who hi. Chris. Well, that's interesting. Well, I gotta say, it's never dull moment around here. I deal with paranormal all the time. God. Hey, Flat Sixer, how you doing, hun? Whoops. Oh, there we go. All right. And for all those who wonder, you will see me using this color or the blue with the pink lid, or pink with a blue lid, or vice versa. These do get cleaned every day. So, somebody on the other side last week, okay, Martin Cochran, that is not a thing to say in my chat. Green is your favorite color. Oh, cool. Hey, angels are alive. Good to see you. Hey, Flat Sixer. How you doing, hun? Okay. LA Addicts. If you ever have time, I'd love to ask about my husband's grandmother on his mother's. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so LA Addicts, ask her. You need to do the asking. Ask her if she will show up during one of my lives, and we'll try to do a communication. So, because sometimes it'll be somebody on the other side saying, well, I'll go and get them, and it might take them a long time to find them, and then by the time that they actually find them, we're off the air. So that would be something. Love to ask you about my husband's grandmother on his mother's side. So his mom's mother. Okay. Name is Judy. She used to work for the mafia or government. I'm not 100% sure. She never disclosed. I'm wondering. Well, it was government. It wasn't mafia. It's government. It's too organized. It's not a secret agency, but it's an agency. It's an agency within an agency. She have red hair? Strawberry blonde. Picking up somebody with red hair regarding this subject matter. I don't know. I could be wrong tonight. I'm surprised I'm getting anything, to be quite honest. About her death, it was under sketchy circumstances. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Green is my favorite color. Old West. Finally got a pine tree decorated in the living room. Cool. Martin Cochran. No to what? Okay. Yeah, Tim Mothman. I just posted a Falcon 9 launch. Cool. Flat Sixer. I picked up an ER in the name change. Still Flat Six. Oh, Flat. Okay, got it. Flex, or whatever you want to call me. No, Flat Six is fine. That's how I know you. I've known you for a long, long time. LA Addicts, dark brownish and red. Yeah, that's that makes more sense to me, because it was like, but I'm getting strawberry blonde too, but definitely red. Um, yes, ma'am. uh, okay. Um, God, you'd never know I washed my hair. It's stuff. Castor oil takes it out of you, man, but it heals. Man, it heals. I still do. I've got a lump on my thumb. Matter of fact, you can still really see it. Hang on. I've got a lump. This is a direct result of targeting. I've got a lump on my thumb. I don't know if you can. There we go. That lump there. That effer, and I got one on my left one as well. But this one, castor oil stopped its growth. I just couldn't keep up with I needed to do a full month of plasters, thumb plasters. And it would have broken, the castor oil was breaking the breaking down the white lump in my thumb. And that was a few years ago actually. So, but it was strangling a nerve and a blood vessel, which was causing a great, sorry folks, sorry, causing a great deal of pain. And after using the castor oil for a week, so I wasn't going to go to a doctor. And then I was like, oh yeah, I should. If this doesn't deal with it, then I will. And I mean, I needed to do about a month's worth, and it would have completely dissolved it. That stuff is awesome. That's why I highly recommend it. Um, LA Addicts. She had blonde hair when she was younger. Oh, okay. Um, Martin, you need to learn to behave in somebody's chat. Um, so yeah. Anyway, after that, that's how I got to using it for the scalp, and the blister. I mean, within God, less than 12 hours. So somewhere between 6 and 12 hours, that blister was completely gone and healed, and there's no sign of it from the. And that's a direct result from the microwave weaponry. Um, it was so just wicked shit. But yeah, they think they're gonna stop me. This is not gonna stop me. I'm gonna continue on talking whether you want me talking or not. Tough fuck. Um. So yeah. Anyway. Uh. But when it comes to death and dying on the other side, you do not physically. You may die alone, but you will not. You will not be alone on the other side. May feel like it, but you won't be. Um, anyhow, uh, so targeting has a lot of different body responses. Um, Talked a little bit about that last week. It can be anything from affecting the thyroid, the heart, the liver, the kidneys, the intestines, and the brain. Um, and it can create brain fog. It can create blindness in the eyes. I've experienced that twice. Um, I take a very specific kind of product for that. And this specific product, um, uh, mm, it's got some pretty impressive items in it that help the eyes. And if it hadn't have been for that one product, combined with castor oil packs, combined with anti-inflammatories, we're talking food, herbal grade um, category of those kind of things, certain oils and certain vitamin supplements combined with doses of vitamin D3, liquid vitamin D3, it's all made a significant difference in the effects on my body and how my body is functioning. Um, and so there are ways to semi counteract as much as possible of the okay, that's it, you're done. um it does have, castor oil does have an effect to where there's a lot of healing to it, and when you add it, when you use it originally by itself, from what I found out personally, combine it with things like frankincense resin oil. There's a difference between essential oil of frankincense and actual frankincense resin oil. And then you add black seed oil. The castor oil is going to be the carrier. And as long as you're not allergic to any of that, um, or have some form of immune where you'll be, wow, sorry, I'm getting another ET high pitch frequency in my ear, and that is a direct result of ETs on their way. At least it's not super high pitched like usual. It means that they're at quite a distance. Anyway, so the castor oil, the frankincense resin oil, and the black seed oil are all very healing for the skin and for the body. And if done correctly, and as long as you're not allergic, it can really help do a lot of healing. At least um, that is my experience. Flat 6, castor oil helps with joint inflammation. I use it on a warm wrap. My 2 cents. Good to know, Flat 6. Thank you. LA Addicts. See, I didn't know it was a carrier oil. I thought it worked by itself. Yeah, it's a by itself, but it's also a carrier oil. Now, if you do your research and you do extensive research, and you look into the real Barbara O'Neill and a lot of her information, she talks about castor oil packs. I highly recommend, if you can get real books, because there's so many fake books out there that are not her. There's so many websites that are not her. And you got to find the real person. Um, because other people are trying to make profits off of her, and it's like, oh, come on, she's the original. It's just so just be aware of that. But yeah, do your research, and uh but castor oil packs are really important for the body. um Flat 6, my great grandmother used it when I was a kid. Yeah, see, my grandfather, my entire life, my grandfather used to talk about turpentine packs. Well, back in his day, turpentine was very different in what is used now. You have the toxic version of turpentine, which is used in paint products and different things like that. But back in his day, um, turpentine packs were completely different. They were non-toxic. Um, and it was done completely different. And I never knew that until this year. I was like, turpentine packs, what the hell? And when I came across somebody else who was talking about it, in a like a group chat, well, it wasn't, well, it's a group, but somebody brought it up and other people started talking about it, and they talked about the fact that their grandparents, or their great aunts and uncles, or um, great grandparents, the grandparents or great grandparents talked about it and talked about what it was like and how they used it. Um, it's and what it was actually made of. It's completely different than the toxic stuff that we know that's specifically for paint. This stuff's not for paint. This was for medicinal use. And so you've got to you got to seriously do your hardcore research into that one, if that's the kind of thing that you're interested in. But he used to talk about, oh yeah, my mom used to put on these turpentine packs with, yes, uh, L.A. Addicts is saying it was pine tops, wasn't it? I think so. Um, and so that's just where I was going with that. He used to talk about the old-fashioned turpentine packs combined with pine oil, combined with mustard. It's a specific kind of mustard seed packs, and it was essentially hot mustard, and you mixed all of that together, and that's what kept him alive through a couple of winters when they had essentially like pneumonia running through their town. um, I was just about to name the town, and I'm like, no, you cannot do that. um, so yeah, it makes things very interesting what they used back in the day, uh, and what you hear about when you're growing up. It's truly, it's fascinating. Um, oh, Joseph. I'm not repeating that online out loud. Oh my God. Hello, Joe Monk. I smarty pants. You gotta laugh. Um, Flat six. My grandparents grew up in southeast Kentucky in Harlan without electricity or plumbing. They relied heavily on natural sources. Yeah, same here. My grandfather grew up in Oregon. From going from the Midwest into, she crossed in a covered wagon from the Midwest all the way to uh, Eastern Washington, and then she, by herself, crossed the Columbia River in in a covered wagon, with 3 kids, 2 kids and an infant. I can't remember how it went right now. It's I want to. I should know this. Anyway, yeah. So he was the oldest. There was a younger one, and then she was carrying an infant with her, and so they covered wagon by herself. That was a big deal in the in that time frame. Huge deal. um so 1900s, early 1900s, really big deal. It was a wild and crazy environment back then. So um yeah, there's Oob to Joe's Maine. Got the pointy sticks. um, let's see, flat six. It was still wild and beautiful country out there in the Pacific Northwest. I've considered moving. Yeah, it's still very beautiful. Um, a lot going on in the mountains all over. And right now, Washington and Oregon are really being hit hard with a lot of flooding. So there's a lot going on. So wherever you choose, make sure you're not in a floodplain, or even not very far from one. Make sure that it's you got friends that are going through some real times. So people losing homes, and it's moist. Yeah, to say the very least, Joe, it's moist. It's not just moist, it's like floodgate central right now, and that's not so good. Um, I'm gonna give you a shout out, but a different way. Okay, sagging. Balls. Hello. Anyhow, we have all sorts of terrain here in Missouri. Yeah, I understand that, Locam. Flat six, yes. I have a co-worker underwater. She's a tough chick though. She's helping others right now. Yeah, that's like me. So yeah, I figured somebody might recognize the name. Anyway, now you can reverse. Yeah, there's so much I want to say right now. So much I want to say. Political. Exactly. Anyhow, um god. Uh so I didn't get it within an hour. I was hoping to be on for only an hour, but kind of what it is, hour and 26. Um 7-6 on the numbers right now. Very interesting. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about was, since I had brought it up, was the difference between the current publicly known U.S. government, what I specifically mean by that, Space Force, what they're now calling Space Force or have for, I don't know, 2 years or whatever it's been now, versus SSP, secret space uh, programs. Um, there is a difference. And in my personal belief system, I believe this was done when it was done specifically to gear up and to easily come out and publicly eventually state, yeah, these are programs we've had going on all along, or there'll be some version of it. Um, so I honestly believe it's a way to make it. Um, it's part of their cover, is what I believe. But that's just my own. Uh, Big Mike. Who's Big Mike? Sagging is saying, "Can you give my homie Big Mike a shout out too?" Hello to Big Mike, whoever your friend is. Anyhow, that all said, but yeah, I honestly I believe it's the beginning of them being able to say, well, SSP has been part of Space Force all along. It's just it's been so deep and we haven't been able to talk about it. Um, and I think it's a really good cover in some fashion or form that government is trying to set up. Sammy, you something or other. Not going there. We're not dealing with that. Uh, Norris Blake Atlas Norris. Hey, did I leave my gold here? No. Anyhow, so that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about. If anybody has questions, I'm surprised I even have my psychic things up, because I don't feel people here now. Um, that's not true. There's two left out of the all the people, and the one woman who was waving frantically, she's no longer here. There's a brown haired His hair's about down to here. Wavy, not curly, not straight, but it's got some wave to it. I'm trying to figure out how old he is. 56. He's 56. But it's brown hair. It's not salt and pepper, it's brown. Pretty decent body. And I just got told thank you. Well, how do you say that? Fit. It's almost like he's kind of like an athlete, but not quite. Worked out. I used to work out. Okay. Can't grab a name. Johnny? Jonathan? Johnson. No. It's Johnny or Jonathan. Weird middle name. It's either a middle name or a last name. Starts with a B, I think. Can't quite pull it right now. But anyway, interesting. Old West was wondering if you could talk about spirit guides, if people have them. Do some people have some and some people don't? And how do we find out more about them if possible? Oh, West. Okay. Yeah, everybody's got spirit guides. Usually you have 3. It's very unusual if you've got less than 3. You usually have a head spirit guide, main spirit guide, and then you've got 2 below that. And they all do the work of being with you at different times. Excuse me, or going between them and the Akashic librarians, or between you and Source, or you and one of your angels. Everybody's also got an angel. Even if you do not believe in them, you've got some form of an angelic around you, in one fashion or form. What else? Sorry, I'm having skin responses. That's the other thing. So you have different body reactions from the targeting. As I'm aging, because I'm 57, my skin is becoming drier, so it's becoming itchier. That's a natural, normal thing in my family. But it's also more so because of being targeted and some of that. So I got that lovely shit to deal with. Anyway, okay. There was something else I was forgetting to say about that. Yeah, people have them, some don't. No, they always have them. They may not, and no matter what religion you're in, you will have spirit guides. They just may not be called spirit guides, so they may be called something else in your specific religion. How do we find out more about them if possible? Okay. I'm not one to get into that, but there are a number of really good books about it. And one of them is, well, a number of them are written by James Van Praagh. I highly recommend people read his books. Okay. Some people will probably throw a fit about me saying that. I don't give 2 shits. Throw a fit all you want. I know what he talks about. I know it's real. There's a couple of others, and I can't think of who they are right now. If I remember them, I'll get them written into my journal, and I will talk about them next time. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to remember to put it in a specific color so that I can highlight it in a specific color, because I've got different colors that I highlight in. And it's interesting. It just happens to depend on which highlighter I've got available to me at the time. LA Addicts, they say NASA is spelled. That's interesting. Sagan is saying read Book of the Dead. LA Addicts, Bishop. Oh, the guy. Yeah, it's possible it's Bishop. I was getting what sounded like burdock root. Not the root part, but that's what I was being reminded of to be able to pronounce the word properly. I honestly, it's possible it's Bishop, but it had a burr and an awk sound to it, and I couldn't grasp all of it. And then somebody put the word, well, my guide, not somebody, but my guide put, one of my guides put the word burdock and then the word root after it to get me to get the burr and the awk in the correct form. So I don't know. I just know it's a B word with an sound and an awk sound to it. So, and Bishop has none of that in it, but it's possible. It's Jones, not Johnny. Says LA Addict. Okay, good to know. Flat 6. I grow bishop's weed and burdock. Do you really? Burdock is really good for a lot. I don't know about bishop's weed. It may have another name that I do know it by. But burdock is excellent for... Okay, this is my personal opinion. I used to use burdock a lot. I can't anymore. Well, I can if I choose to do it in a very different manner than normal. But herbally wise, burdock root is really, really good for the body. No, it wasn't Barack. That's a question by Joe. No, it wasn't. Ground elder. Really? Wow, that's really good for a number of other uses. But I've mostly used... God, I don't think I've ever used ground elder like that. Anyway, I used to use burdock in a lot of my oh yes, I know what you're talking about. Hello. So a lot of these herbs have not only a botanical name, they've got a medicinal name, I guess, and then they've got a lot of other names that they go by. And so in some cultures, many people will know it as one name, and in other cultures, many people will know it as another name. So you really do have to study a lot of these herbs and the herbal names. I used 2 years ago. I haven't in a long time, but common versus taxonomic. Yes. Names is what Flat Sixer says. So anyway, my point being, burdock, look into Essiac tea. Essiac tea has burdock root in it. It's really good for a couple of really specific reasons, and I cannot say it here. Yeah, Little Cam, a lot of people don't like mullein simply from the smell. Yeah, let's find out. I don't know if I've got mullein sitting here. Let's see, I've got wormwood, golden seal, valerian, black walnut, black cohosh, lemon balm, slippery elm. Nope, I don't apparently have mullein right now. Oh, yes, I do. It's just not sitting next to me. Anyway, mullein tincture is really good for the lungs. It's one of the things that helped me with the oh god, I can't remember how do you do the D. I don't remember if that's the D or if that's the D. Anyway, um, so and I may be getting back into sign language again. I haven't done sign language in not since the 1990s, early 2000s. So I just unexpectedly met somebody recently, and uh, that's one of the ways to communicate. Has slippery elm bark and cheap sorrel in it too, rhubarb too, I believe. Yes, Essiac tea. Yes, it has a number of things that are very good for a specific. Pig Latin is fun too, says Lil Kim. So flat sixer. Yeah, Essiac is really good for a couple of really major subjects. But burdock root, I used to use burdock root in my lung recipes, in the recipes that I would, herbal recipes that I would make up for lung things. So there were, I used to have 2 naturopathic doctors and, oh God, so many different nurses all telling me that I should have many of my herbal recipes in mass production. And it was a little difficult at the time because that was in the 1990s and in the early 2000s. Eight on the numbers right now. But it just we'll go get him. Lil Cam, go get Hillbilly. Yeah, Hillbilly belongs in this stream. Yeah, I can understand that. Anyway, yeah, because he's really into a number of things. Anyway, but burdock really helps with lung stuff from what I remember. There's a number of things that are really good for lung stuff, including mullein. And yeah, a lot of different herbs that I would highly recommend, but not everybody can do them. And what I learned is if I can't, I wonder if I've got it. Yeah, I've got it over here. One of the things that I used to do, well, still do, depending upon, whoops, what it is. Well, damn, there went that. So you would take this is a double aught capsule, and you take, it's a vegetarian one, and you take the cap off of it, and what are we going to take here? We'll just take black walnut. I've got a tincture of black walnut, and if you know about black walnut, you know why I would be taking it. Although technically I'm on my break for taking it, because you got to take a break when you do that. So it's filled up. Fill it with the tincture. Put the cap on it very carefully, because hello, it's liquid. Make sure it's sealed. And let's see, capsule. Now, for me personally, I'm going to have to be sure that I take that with a little bit of food, because the alcohol on the stomach is not so fun. And this is a piece of, well, it was 2 hours ago, freshly shaved off of not my peeler and my ginger. So ginger is really good for a lot of different things too. For me personally, I take it for as an anti-inflammatory, but then I also take curcumin, which is part of turmeric extract. Laugh out loud. DIY pill capsules, neat. Yeah, there's all different kinds of things that you can do. So ginger and turmeric both, yeah, are both anti-inflammatories. Do your own research, talk to your own medical team, blah blah blah, all the typical standard legality stuff. But yeah, this is a tincture is an alcoholic form of a uh, process in order to get all the items that are needed out of the item that you've distilled, or not distilled, that you've put into, whether it's basil or oregano or sage or this one's black walnut. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. This one is black walnut. So yeah, you just do different things to help your body, and you do what you can. And that's how it is when you're dealing with the different situations regarding targeting. You have to do what's in your best interest for your own body, and you have to talk to your medical team. Thank goodness I've got a medical team again, and I'm working with naturopath and medical, and sometimes it gets interesting and sometimes it's a little difficult, and you just figure out what works best for you. Um, uh, okay, so LA Addict says, where or who do you trust with your oils to use as your source? Ooh, you got to be real careful with that. I'm not going to publicly talk about that solely because if I'm being targeted, I don't want them being targeted, and I don't want their suppliers being targeted. Because I don't want, does that make sense? LA addicts. Um, I what I have learned is that, like, there's a company that I would love to promote. Small local company. Now, granted, they did something I think is bullshit, but it doesn't have to do with the products. It has to do with something personally. Um, that said, their personal products that they sell are spot on. And I'm no longer going to promote uh, them in a public nature on here because I have such a disagreement about something specific. But they're it's bluntly stated, it's because of their products that I've used for, God, 35 years, 34 years, whatever it's been. And they're very specific. Yeah, they've made some major freaking changes and no longer produce certain things. Their products, their manufacturing is excellent. Their product is excellent. They do not put out a product if they cannot get quality ingredients, and their customers know that. So if you hear of a product, well, we're having a hard time, they're having a hard time with getting the quality, then you may be waiting 6 months. So what I've learned to do is have a different supply on hand if you can, of different things, of their personal products. So that makes a difference. Just not Amazon. Yeah, yeah. That's another subject. So Little Kim is asking, have you done peptides or are against them entirely? Have I done peptides? I have not done peptides since God, I'm trying to remember. It was before we moved into the. So somewhere between late 90s into early 2000s, I think. And back then it was only naturopath available. Um, so that's the other thing I wanted to talk about. This is all off the side stuff that I had intended to talk about. I did want to talk about this eventually, but I did last week. Aluminum toxicity. Um, because I talked about being on ozone, but if I remember correctly, I was also on boron and a couple of other things to get rid of the metal toxicity out of my body. I don't remember what my Lil Cam. I'm sorry, I just don't remember what my reaction was with the peptides. I I, I don't remember. I unfortunately, and I should. It's just there was a lot going on back then. Um, and even with a lot going on, it's just I need what I specifically need is a product put in front of my face. Was this what you took? If it is what I took, it'll call the memory back up, because the way my memories function is, and I'll state this again, it's like, because I have a photographic memory, it's like all my memories go into a file folder, into a filing cabinet. And it's just a matter of finding the right, not the right filing cabinet or the right file, but it is about the right file. It's about finding the right memory, and it'll re-trigger almost everything about it. What was going on at the time in my life, um, what the product did, how it affected my body, what I was making, if that was the time period that I was making excessive amounts of different foods like gumbo and cinnamon rolls back in the day, and it wasn't just gumbo. What else was it? There were a couple of Louisiana things that I was making a lot of. It was gumbo and anyway, that and spaghetti and tortilla, making our own I was making our own tortillas and our own bread and all sorts of stuff back in the day. So it'll re-trigger all of that. 99 on the numbers. Why crept Freck said hi. Hello. um anyway, so if any of this information that you like, 10 on the numbers, if there's any of this information that you like or find useful, please click, it'll help with the algorithms for me. Please click on the like button, or if it's something that you find interesting enough to share, please share it out. Especially when it comes to death, dying on the other side, and especially when it comes to targeting. And it might be interesting to post because of the prediction that's coming up for late winter, spring, early, or it would have to be like early spring. But like I said, it was not, it was like 50, I would say the temperature outside of that building that I saw had to have been somewhere between, say, 54 and 57 degrees. I wouldn't necessarily say it was above 58, but it was somewhere between 54 and 57 degrees outside. But it was wet, it was rainy. It was overcast and so cloudy. But very wet. And at the time that this situation occurs, and this is regarding the prediction, at the time that the situation occurs, because timelines can change. Well, things can shift in a timeline. That's probably how I should be more accurate in saying that. Whoa, 1313. I literally just saw 1313 on numbers on my written page that literally showed 12/13/2025. I literally saw the number 1313 written over my own handwriting. That is a trip and a half. I do not know what 1313 means. So there's something in those numbers with what I was just talking about regarding this prediction. Holy crap. Okay, I gotta write that down. I don't know if that's an address. I don't know if that's a number on a license plate. I don't know if it's a number on a... Shit, I can't say that because I didn't say what that... Trying to figure out how to say this without saying it. So I don't know if the... can't use that word either. Son of a bitch, I just got what it is. Wow. Wow. Okay, hang on a second. I gotta draw this out, guys. This is... I'm really rather stunned by this. Okay, so you got that, and then that comes out. This comes up like that. Comes out like that. Okay, and then that's where the number is. Jeez, I don't know what that's called. I know what that, and that are called, but interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if this was an address or if it was license plate, part of a license plate, or part of a general location. And then I was literally shown the tail end of something. That's how I can word that. Yeah, they need to put a stop to this. Wow. Okay. Anyway, LA Addicts, I'm telling you, you should stream once and a while on D Live. That's your people over there. What is D Live? It's a crap platform as far as followers, but they're like-minded. Interesting. Yeah, I do not have the ability or the technology right now to do multiple live streams on numerous platforms at once. When I get that ability, believe me, I will be on I'll be on YouTube, Facebook, probably StreamYard, probably not StreamYard, that's not what I meant. Can't think of the different names of the others. Instagram, the hell am I on? Rumble, I can't think of the other ones with the second. There's so many of them. I'm not thinking of the names at this moment, but across the board. And then I'll be eventually going over to iHeartRadio and all the others for voice and doing of that nature as well. It'll all be transposed or whatever you want to call that, and going through. I'm already seeing it. I'm already being shown I will eventually be going across all platforms. How it happens, I don't know. I just know that that is what it'll take place. I think that's it for tonight. Um, Surprised I'm not being targeted right now. I have been targeted every damn MF day this week. I was targeted earlier tonight. One of the other things is how you know you're being targeted is you can feel the frequency in your body. Um, it'll make if it's microwave, it'll make your skin burn, like your skin's on fire. That's literally what it feels like. It really is very painful. You can have, I never had buzzing in my ears. Never. I've never experienced that until they started targeting me with a very specific frequency. Um, so you can have that as one of the feelings. And when you're not being targeted, and not only does it affect your ears, it affects your sinuses, and it goes over the top of your head. You can also feel it in your thyroid because your thyroid starts to, at least mine does, it starts to vibrate literally. And I can feel it under my skin, in my blood vessels and in my veins, and there's a vibration in my body when I get targeted. There's more than just that, but uh, yeah, like I can come in here or out into the living room. They typically don't target the kitchen, but um, my bedroom in here, and then out in the living room, they they will target, and it's real specific. And I found out exactly where the one in the living room is coming from. The one in here, I know what direction it's coming from, and so that makes things interesting real fast. Anyway, um, uh, LA addicts. There's Pilled, Twitch. Twitch was what I was thinking of. Kick, D Live, YouTube, Foxhole, Rumble. Yeah, Twitch and Rumble I'm on. Instagram I'm just currently on. I haven't posted anything. I can't figure I don't This sounds so stupid, but right now with how I've been this past week, I'm lucky I can put two words together because so much has happened between the death of people that I've known, helping others, being triggered by SSP memories and major SSP memories, combined with all the psychic work, combined with all the energy work. Hello to the 99 on here. Combined with, or the numbers, I mean. Hello to those who've come in. The numbers are 99. Oh my God. See, I am getting tired. Um, so there are different things. LA Addicts, do you have a Discord? Because I need to follow you. I enjoy your information. I was going to say platform. No, I'm on Discord. I haven't used it for about a year. 9 months to a year, I haven't used it. Um, so, but I am on Instagram, and I just did that in the last couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, whatever it's been. There's 17 following me. I haven't posted a dang thing yet. When I can clearly function regarding the understanding of how to do it off of this newer device, then I will. I'll start posting stuff from here to over there, or from my Facebook page over to the things that I don't typically post publicly will probably go to Instagram. I'll probably be posting a few more little brief, anywhere from 15-second to 2-minute videos. Knowing me, that's probably what'll start happening, because Facebook has now, um, any video you do that is alive over there will be deleted in 30 days. So I'm not, that's BS. So I'm not doing that anymore. One of my most favorite interviews that was done of me um, was removed, even though it was a live broadcast, but it was recorded and posted. So the original owner has it, and that's a whole nother ballgame. Um, but that's actually one of my favorite interviews. It was during a conference in paranormal conference in 2029 and 2020. Jesus, Nikki, you are tired. 2019. Bloody hell. Um, and that was up on Facebook from the paranormal team that I was part of back in the day. And so I at least got pictures. I wasn't able to download, for whatever reason. I wasn't able to download the recording. So, but it's actually it's really good, in the sense of you get a real good idea of who I am, and um, some of the things I talk about, the fact that there's ghosties in the hotel that I was staying in, and that kind of thing. Um, but you can follow me on Instagram if you've got an Instagram. You can follow me on Rumble. Let's see. Instagram is Angels Are Life. My picture is my business picture for Restore Belief. Rumble is the picture from YouTube. It's Restore Belief with Nikki. Facebook is facebook.com/Nikki, Nikki .Jacobs, JACOBS .376. I post both on, that's my private Facebook page, but you can also, there's a link to that, because for whatever reason, Facebook is not showing the actual link for and making it public. I don't understand that. I don't even care right now. So it's just easier to go to my main Facebook page, scroll the links, and click on the psychic medium link and get to my other Facebook page. Stupid. It's absolutely stupid that you have to do it that way. But anyway, that's how you can access me on Facebook. I do not, I have to get to know you personally before I will allow somebody on my Facebook page. You're going to search for me. Okay. The link is, if you go to my actual channel, and you get to the channel, there will be links to, I believe there's a link, well, I know there's a link to Facebook, but I believe there's a link to the Rumble. I have not added a link to the Instagram yet, but that's how you can follow me. You can contact me via email at restorebelief2022@gmail.com. Or you can message me on Facebook Messenger via the Nikki.Jacobs.376. So, John, hi, how are you again? You have done a reading for me before live. I'm Johnny from New Zealand. Do you remember? I have a vague recollection of you. Okay, so we had a spirit come in that I don't know who it was for, but go back in. Since your name is Johnny, you had a Johnny earlier, laugh out loud on reading. Yeah. Go back in probably half hour, 5 minutes ago. So I'm 2 hours and 10 minutes in right now. So I would go back into the replay and search to see if that does hi, it was an angel reading. Yeah, this was a spirit that came through. So John, if it may have been for you, but I'm not 100% sure. Um oh dear God. Hello, Amy. Ozzy Ange, hey, how you doing? It was about 45 minutes ago or so. Yes, thanks, LA Addicts. Yeah, yeah. You just gotta figure it out, hun. But yeah, I do have a vague recollection. Um, can't remember everything that we talked about. It was a while ago though, if I remember right. Um, yeah, John, just go in and look and check the time when I end, and it's literally 45 minutes from 2 hours and 10 minutes from, so I'm 2 hours, 10 minutes now. Go back 45 minutes. That's what I'm trying to say. Very inarticulately. I'm getting wonky a bit. I'm good, Nikki. How have you? Hope you have been well. I am out of it. But I'm not going to let the asshat stop me. So I'm going to keep talking. It was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I thought so. It felt like it's been a while. So yeah, with all the I love angels. Yeah, I do too. They're awesome. With all the targeting every day, literally every is just, it's been a lot. And then the memorial, and then a friend died yesterday, and psychic, lots of psychic stuff over the week, and yesterday and Thursday and last night. I'm fried. I've kind of had it. Thanks for talking to me. Yeah, you're welcome, John. I hope uh thank you. I appreciate that, LA Addicts and Ozzy Ange. Thank you. It I gotta say, I don't have to say, but I'm gonna say, I really get pissed off when people die a not very nice death, and they are good people. Just pisses me off up one side and down the other. Thank you, John. Anyway, I just get very upset over that. And then I have to remember something that a family member made mention to me vast years ago. Sometimes they're supposed to die that way, Nikki, for a specific reason, to help us who are living in the now. Both of my middle fingers want to go up at the moment. I'm literally sitting on my fingers, so to speak. But I know they're right. I know my loved one was right. It's too, I mean, in this, anyway, I get very upset over it. So, love your sense of humor. Yeah, I mean, you just, there are times where you just want to flip the other side off. And in their time, because that loved one, they're on the other side. They weren't at the time. They were very much alive and very much reminding me because somebody else had died. You got to remember, I've had over 30 plus people die in my life. 30. 30. Death and dying gets very old very fast. um, and it started when I was she started when I was 7. I always say it started when I was 8, but it the first one it didn't register with me. The second one the second death registered with me. So my beautiful my beautiful Aunt Sophie had died. My grandmother's sister. God, she was a beautiful lady. My Aunt Sophie, she was such a wonderful, beautiful force. Um, and so that was my grandmother's sister, and then my grandfather's brother had died. My uncle Sam, and Samuel, but he was Uncle Sam. And oh man, the humor. And when he got ill, he was just like a heap on the couch on the sofa, and he couldn't be his humorous self and all this. And so yeah, I've had a lot of death in my life. I know what the heck I'm talking about when I say we do have spirits that come to us um, to surround us when we're dying. If it's an unexpected death, they'll come usually as quickly as they can, but usually you're escorted. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, I agree. Flat sixer. It's just um, yeah. Flat six says, "I'm sorry, Nikki. I've lost a lot of friends recently myself. It's difficult." Yeah, it really is. It's and a lot of people are going out. A lot of people, it doesn't matter how old they are. I've seen even the stars, the celebrities, different celebrities, or people who were up and coming risers, anywhere from music industry to different kinds of arts. And what I mean by arts is whether it's dance, performing art. Oh my God. Okay, there's a reason why I'm saying performing arts. Just a minute. Interesting. Really interesting. Um, Performing arts, acting to dance to all kinds, regular art with oils and watercolors and all of that. Um, to create, I mean, just everything. It just amazes me. Wow, that word just really threw me for a loop because it just literally brought me right back into. Sorry, I'm just. Anyway, so yeah, it gets real interesting. And you gotta get on with it. Flat six, we have no right to take away another person's suffering. Ram does. Yeah, it's hard. Amy, the ones you want to stick around always seem to go first. The ones you can't, whoops, hello. The ones you can't stand seem to last forever. Yeah, it's very frustrating. Um, and then you've got somebody like my grandfather, who I would have loved to have had around for a hell of a lot longer. He was 92 years old, and he was a feisty MFer. He had an attitude, man, but he was also very, very loving and caring. And he had this waitress that he and my mom would go to a specific restaurant, and he at 92 created this incredible bond with this wonderful waitress, this wonderful lady. And they used to do butterfly kisses. It was very sweet, and it was something that my mom treasured very much. she loved seeing his reaction to her, and the camaraderie the two of them had. And my grandfather was very charismatic, to say the least. So it was very sweet. Here you have this 92-year-old guy and this 40-something-year-old lady who, I mean, she was a character too, and just um, the two of them. And when I went into that restaurant, which is I very rarely go into a restaurant, but um, when I did with my mom, after my grandfather had passed, she was on duty at the time. She was um, at her job, and she gave me the biggest hug, and she goes, "He is somebody I will miss. He was just such a treasure." It meant the world to me because my grandfather went through 2 years of really hard hell between 90 and 92, and um, the loss of my step grandmother, his wife, of a lot of years. And you know, when you're older, death makes a major, I mean, it's just as devastating, especially when you know that you're essentially the last of the older family members, you know. Gets hard. Gets hard for folks who are hey John, bye John. Thanks for coming in. Um so it's coming soon. So sad. Yeah, it really it's quite the thing. Uh LA Addicts, Nikki, we appreciate you. It's bedtime, laugh out loud. Yeah, it is bedtime. I've lost flat 6. I've lost 5 in the past year and a half. Ruled so. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, people. What I'm seeing is that in 2025, there's been a mass exodus. Um, some who are as self-inflicted, others it's dire medical that has been because of results of the you know there have been others that has been from targeting in very specific ways, not from government, from other sources. There's ones that are from government, from Matt, specifically the dues, and the frequency and the weaponization of different frequencies. Um, it's and then you got the different C's going, and not the virus stuff, the other one. And so there's been a lot, and it's been quite surprising. Um, and if you're driving, for God's sake, please watch out for pedestrians. It's just, oh, many of us are pedestrians, so please be careful. Um, okay, and Amy, and just to throw a monkey wrench in the idea, we get surprised by Dick Van Dyke making it to 100, and he, a chain smoker in his 70s. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you look at the major changes that he made in his life, and I mean, I I'm so impressed by that individual. Dick Van Dyke is he's a phenomenal icon. Love him to pieces. One of my favorite people. 1111 on the numbers. One of my favorite actors and icons. So yeah, love him to pieces, and I wish him all the best and happy 100th, Dick. I hope you have many more years to come and are enjoying your life and having a lot of fun. Um, cute. Okay, so flat six. Amy, right? My uncle passed at 94, and his sisters were blaming it on smoking. He had a great run. Yeah, that's what I feel about my grandfather. It's sad. Flat six. We're on deck to be the older generation now. Yeah, we are. And boy, does it suck, I'm here to tell you. But yet at the same time, I don't know if I'd have it any other way because I've learned so much and I know where I'm supposed to be headed. I know what my life has a general idea psychically what is supposed to be coming. Things have been made very, very well known as to what's supposed to take place for me. Um, and I find that fascinating. Little Cam, it'll be funny hearing, okay, Zoomer, in 40 years' time with my fellow Gen Zers. Yeah, see? Gen Xers and Zoomers. Oh, gosh. And the millennials will probably be called lennials. Flat six. Three were related to my growing up days. Two were colleagues at a natural laboratory where I've worked. I'm sorry. We've earned it. Yeah, we have. There's been so much. I'm gonna have to get some lotion because this butt is driving me nuts. My hand. Yeah, we really have. Um, we have earned a lot of. There's been so much that has happened. We have seen grandparents from who lived through the depressions, who the depression era, who lived through World War II, who lived through the Korean and Vietnam wars, who lived through all the rest of the different wars out there. And it's like, wow, it's just, it's amazing. So the fact that we were raised around that before all this AI and all this major tech, it speaks volumes because what I'm noticing with a lot of the much younger generations, the ones who are say between 18 and 28, it's very different for them. It's very, very different. My son is going to be 33 next month, and it's a different time shift for him too, but it's the ones who are younger than him that are there, and the ones who are much younger than them. It's a hell of an eye opener for a lot of people. Um, yeah, things have changed significantly, Amy. Amy is saying it would be more tolerable if we had a specific goal beyond surviving, keeping the furnace running, and not being a pedestrian involuntarily and being able to afford meat. Yeah, I mean, things are shifting and hopefully they, well, not hopefully, I've seen them get better. Things take a pretty significant shift in the coming year, and if it stays on the time track that it is on right now, oh, it's gonna be a hard thing for a lot of people to handle, but there's gonna be some major changes coming in the next year. Diane Ader, hi, hello, how you doing? 12, oh, we got 1212 on the numbers, and 2222 also I just saw. Flat six. I didn't have kids until my mid 40s. I'm really concerned to say the least about the world we're leaving for his generation. I hope they can take it back. I think they can. I think it's going to be a lot of hard work though. Um, but I do know that at some point, oh God, I didn't realize my lips were bothering me that much. Um, did I move that? Oh, I didn't move that out. That's all right. My lamp cord is hanging out. I hate having that out. Oh, I forgot to put on my lip balm. Ugh. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I believe it will get better. Um, Flat Sixer, I'm optimistic too. Yeah, well, I've been psychically shown different things regarding this planet, regarding, for example, the US government. I don't know. I know that there will be a shift in some of the, what I would call, well, it's not what I would call, it's um, continents, certain continents that have numerous countries in them. Um, Things will be making more of a shift with them towards it's going to take a bit, but it's more towards betterment, I think is how I'm going to call that. The US government's going to make a major change. I don't know exactly how. I don't know how it comes about, but I know that it will, and it's going to get rough before it does. But somewhere in next year, something happens to make a significant change, enough to where it starts, how do I say this? It starts creating, I don't want to call it issues. Issues is not the right word. It starts creating a change. And that change comes about because of people making realizations. Um, and I know that sometime in May, May of next year, there's a significant UFO change. And I do mean UFO, not UAP. UAP is government shit, in my opinion. Um, and I know that there's also one between August and October. So we've got May of 2026 and like the middle of August, somewhere to the middle to end of October, there's also another significant, it creates more of a bigger shift. Something happens globally. Um, and that has to do with UFOs and ETs. That much I know. Lil Kim says we're already Benin. I don't even know what Benin is. Tons of quakes lately too. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the other thing, Little Kim. The planet is not a happy camper right now. And when I publicly stated, anytime there's been a six plus earthquake, I've been saying, Togo's neighbor. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, Flat Six. Um, oh, that explains why. I just hit a memory thing. Yeah, okay. That explains why it was triggering bells. All right. Anyway, tons of quakes. So, yeah, I am getting tired. I'm starting to wear out. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna give myself about another 10 minutes and then I've gotta go. So quakes. So it basically comes down to, since 2018, 2019, I have said that we're going to have more and more earthquakes. They are going to be sixes and sevens and eights. Well, now in the last 3 years, so 2022, I've been talking about they're going to be sevens, eights, nines, and tens. We are building up to 10.0 earthquakes, folks. I'm not joking when I say that. I'm not projecting it. I'm not trying to put, but when I've been repeatedly shown this over multiple years times, time and time and time again, I am shown multiple raising levels. That is concerning. That is concerning. Lil Cam says the new Madrid is overdue. Yeah, all of them are overdue. Ozzy Ange, they are going to show up before the elites use their hologram technology makes us think the ETs are bad. Yeah. Little Cam, also Ice Ages do again. I've not seen Ice Age. I've seen other things. I've seen things like I've psychically seen and been shown and been given downloads from the ETs, both from my guides, the hierarchies, and from the ETs. So 3 different sources. Okay, where the sun has a coronal mass ejection that is so exponentially large that what I was told specifically by the ETs is that they are trying, or have been, I don't know if they still are because I haven't gotten an update on this. When they do an update, you'll know, because I'll be wanting to talk about it, going, oh my god, this is the new information, this is what's, and if they got it taken care of, they got it taken care of. Carrington event of modern times, says Lil Cam. That's where I was going with it. So it's not an ELE, which is a annihilation event. It's not that. It's literally like the equivalent of EMP frequency across the entire planet and shutting everything down. So I've seen stuff like that. I've been shown things like that from the ETs who are trying to stop this from taking place with our sun. It is our sun, but yet our sun affects not just our planet, it affects our entire solar system. And so, what I was shown and told by them is, and that goes into a whole different prediction. You'd have to go back in to get all the detailed information from one of my previous, at least I think it's last year, when I talked about it. It'll be in the description box. I have not been able to do description box. Timestamp targeting timestamp stuff. I haven't been able to do that this year. It's just been too much going on this year for me. ASEAN, I've seen the wave coming through from inner space. Earthquakes, tsunamis, no electricity. Yeah. It's a number of years out. Based on what ouch. Sorry. I just had an unexpected muscle twitch in my hand that affected a blood vessel. That's lovely. First time for everything. Anyway, Hotel Elaine Blair Davis. Hello, Elaine. Who told you this info? ETs that I actually trust. They gave me the downloads. My spirit guides have told me this information, and so have certain hierarchies. And I don't believe you've been in my chat before, so hello, Elaine, and welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki Jacobs. I am a psychic medium, ET abductee, and a forced participant of SSP. Then take and believe whatever you want. It's fine. Everybody's got different opinions on all the subjects, so deal with paranormal on a daily basis in many different ways. deal with spirits every day. It's very rare. Uh, very rare if I have a day where I don't have somebody coming in say something to me. Oh, aren't you nice? Elaine is saying psychic medium, so a fraud. Got it. Laugh out loud. Ozzy Ange says hi to Elaine. So if you believe that, then get the fuck off my page, because if you're gonna make a statement like that, I'm gonna boot you. And if you can't be respectful, you're gonna get the hell out, and I will force you out. Yeah, Ozzy, I'm just saying you're very rude. I agree. Anyway, but everybody's got their own freaking opinions, and that's just how it is, and there goes the thing squeaking. So anyway, I don't have time to deal with people that are that mentally fucked. I really don't. I just don't have it anymore. Thank you, Flat Six. I appreciate that. Good vibes. Just dropping good vibes. Yes, you are, dear. So basically, yeah, it is a Carrington event. They have been trying to stop, the ETs have been numerous different species, races of ET coming together. They've been trying to stop it for a long time because they've seen it, a projection of it on their own models, because I guess they do their own models like our scientists do. They end up dealing with all sorts of that kind of production model stuff. But their sciences are a hell of a lot more advanced than ours are. And I know that I wasn't the only one in contact with them or being contacted by them to get the word out. So I was given that in 2018. God, I think it was the end of 2018 that they were starting with that information with me. And by 2019, they had given me all the information that they had back then. Flat six, even when I disagree with a person, I'm respectful and hold space for their opinions and feelings. At least that's my aim. Right on. I totally agree. I usually try to do that too. And if I don't like what somebody says, I move along. I go to whoever else is in the next stream. I don't make a comment. So, Little Cam says White Sky Cloud has hinted at such things too. Yeah, he has. If White Sky Cloud is who I think it is, yes, he has. Flat six, I know you do. Yeah, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, because there's a lot of things when I'll be in somebody's chat and I'll just say, I disagree with that. Or I'll say, oh God, what's the one that I'm usually famous for? Some other people have in a certain someone's chat for years has told me, wow, you don't usually say stuff. I'm like, no, I usually don't. It'll be something to the effect of, out of respect for the host, I'm going to say it this way. I utterly and completely disrespect with the guest, and that's as far as it goes, usually. It's very rare you get an angry response out of me or some kind of bullshit response out of me from like what this person did. So, Bangashkon, 70 years ago. Okay. Hey, I want to ask one question. Is it true that a lot of elites are actually clones? They aren't real. Oh, just a second. Ozzy Ange, I don't know about that, but they are entitled to their opinion. That's what I say. Yeah, everybody has an opinion. I mean, whether we agree with it or disagree with it, everybody's got their own opinion. But that's usually what I'll say in a chat, in somebody's chat, if it's something I really, really got to say something about, because that's as nice and polite as I can be. Because I'm not gonna be nasty. Why? That's just such crap. So, um, so little Kim, I'm not gonna read those out loud. And bang it. So I'm gonna call Con because I can easily say Con instead. Um, yeah, I know that at least 2 out of the 3 people that have been mentioned in my chat that I'm not speaking their names. Yeah, I would tend to agree. Clones are real. I know that from personal experience because of being a force participant from 8 years old on into the government's secrets program, um, U.S. government secret space program. And if you think I've got no issue with that, then you are seriously fooling yourself. I take great issue with the fact that they take children at all ages, teenagers and young adults, and do this forced, uh, making them a forced participant in secret space program. I take great issue with that. Um, yeah. Oh, hang on a minute, guys. Sorry. Anyway, 12 on the numbers again. Anyway, um, yeah, I do know clones are real. Um, and I had 3 of them when I was in uh SSP, and it's that's a whole nother subject. Hello, Nosh. Nosh says hi. Hi, Nash. Excuse me. Uh, Con says, okay, I'm not gonna read that out loud. Yeah. Little camp. Yeah. Yeah, they are real. I've woken up in all 3 of my 3 different bodies, and I know how they deal with it, and I'm not a happy camper about it by any stretch of the imagination. Um, so I don't like the fact that they're real, but they are. And that's all I can really say right now. I don't, I 12 on the numbers again. I absolutely do not like that clones are real, but they are used. And then you've got not just the clone issue, you've got the masterminds behind the facial masks who can make facial masks all the way that go all the way down here, and people put the head on, and if it's done correctly, it'll be right up against underneath the eyelashes, and it can look very, very, very real. Quite the scary thought prospect on that. And those have been used too. You get somebody with the same stature, the same build, they can learn and act to learn how that person walks and talks, sounds. It's pretty frightening, to say the least. Alexander Gray says hi. Hello. Yes, Ozzy Ange, different containers for different scenarios. Yes. Con is saying okay. Khan is saying my ancient civilization shows reptiles as their gods. What do you think about this? ETs? That's not a guess. Sorry, that came out as it sounding like a guess. It's not a guess. I'm tired. I'm really worn down. I'm surprised I'm still on here. I was only supposed to do an hour tonight, and about 30 minutes ago I said I was getting off of here, and I didn't. Um, so, uh, civilizations show reptiles as their gods. Okay, so I have seen reptilians, ETs. I have seen ETs who are, oh, I can't say that. I know that dragons are real. I know that the Dracos, Draconians, ETs, they're real. I know I've been around them, and I know that when I get around them, for example, in 2019, trying to summer of 20 August, October, somewhere between August and October of 2019. Yeah, I'm getting too tired. My eyes are starting to twitch. I was near an underwater human government and ET base, and my body reacted to the point to where I was almost projectile vomiting. It got so bad, and that's what happens to me anytime I'm around Dracos. Cannot stand Dracos. I know other people who have experienced them who have had not bad experiences. I myself that's a different subject matter. They to me are wicked, evil bastards. I have choice words for them. Um, Especially when your veins and your organs start to vibrate, because it's not just a fear factor, it's remembering every detail of being around them and how vilely evil and wicked they are. So that's my personal experience with draconians as ETs, or ETs as draconians. I don't know how you say that. Anyway, who are, there we go. Thank you, Dad. Draconians who are ETs. Um, so it gets, oh, oh, in the morning, oh, PM, your PM time? Oh, I didn't realize you were 7:55 PM. But you're tomorrow, you're on Sunday, right, Ange? Sorry, I just noticed something. I'm just trying to figure time out. I haven't done that in a very, very long Sunday evening. Yeah, okay, see, that's, I knew it was 15 hours different than me, but my brain is not converging on the 15 part. Anyway, never mind. It's just how my dyslexic brain is working right now. Okay, I haven't paid attention. Okay, they make frogs have some, yeah, that's actually a good point. Have some tea. Thank you, Flat Sixer. See, I did do self-care today. It's just I should have done self-care tonight and stopped at an hour, but I'm still going on. Anyway, get some sleep, Nikki. We will be here next time you're on, says Ozzy. I love you, hon. Kind of saying, so lizards and reptiles, aliens are related to one another. Oh, yes. Oh, honey. That's a whole nother subject. Okay, this is a very good topic. Extraterrestrials. There are all different kinds of species and races of extraterrestrials. Lizards are the reptile family on this planet, correct? Well, in the ET world, when you're dealing with extraterrestrials, there are I got a female government asshat here. And she better leave. Get the out of my space right now. Get out of my home. This is your one warning. You already know what I can do. Get out. Thank you. And I'm not talking about getting out of my space. I'm talking about out of my home, off this property. Okay, now I'm awake. And now I'm pissed. You have to the count of 3. I'm wide the fuck awake now. And I'm really pissed off. I will hunt your goddamn ass. Get out of here. You're off the property, technically. You do not want me to come into higher consciousness state. Because I will track your ass all the way back to your work and all the way back to your home. Leave. Okay, well, that was unexpected. And I'm really wide awake now. Feeling no pain at the moment. Kind of saying what's going on. I'm scared. Oh, not for you folks. Don't worry about you. You're fine. I just got targeted with a government asshat who was in Astral. Yeah, if you don't know, go into some of my other podcast replays and you will find what I talk about regarding government asshats in Astral. I was not feeling very good and very tired and very getting to the point of lethargic, not being able to use my words. Oh, I'm really wide the frick awake right now. Not as pissed off as I was before, which is good. But it's going to take me a while to come down after that. She's over and away. She hasn't gone home. She's hovering. She thinks I can't see her, can't smell her, nothing. And she's telling somebody else, oh, she's good. No shit. And they're doing something with a device. Bitch, I swear to God, you target me, I'm hunting. Okay, excuse me, folks, for 1 minute. Just talk to the guides. Actually, just talk to the hierarchies, be more specific. Somebody's gonna get their ass in a twist. Isn't that fun? Nisa. Oh, hey, hun. Hey, Christian. How you doing? Hi, Nikki. I like your shirt tonight. Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's significantly stretched out. The elastic has worn out. It's one of my favorites. I don't wear it very often. I wore it too much a long time ago, so I brought it out. Thank you. No need to worry. She can handle it. Yeah, actually I can. You guys haven't. There's a very few people who have actually seen what I can do. Robert White's one of them. Amy's one of them. Drew's one of them. Andrew Noom's trucking. He's driving tonight. That's why he's not in here. There's a couple of others that have seen, and I'm. You don't want to get on my bad side. And I don't typically have a bad side. It takes a lot to get me there to that point. And what I just went through with that starts with the C and ends with a T. With that individual, she's new. Yes. I'm not saying that word out loud, Ange, but yes, you're correct. Can you tell flat 6? Can you tell where they are physically? Yeah, usually. It depends. So one of my abilities, one of the things that I have been capable of and still am, but it's different because of how the targeting is now. So the energy runs differently, but it's still there. I'm still capable of doing it. Touching a device, if I have to be in just the right phase frequency. I don't know how else to say it. I have to, not right phase. I have to be in the right frequency. And it will happen. All I have to do is touch a device. I'll go straight through my a form of my higher consciousness. And I know a lot of other people that can do this, so I'm not the only person that can do this. It's just that they don't typically talk about it. I'll talk about it. So I can touch an electronic device, and if it's connected to the internet, I can go straight through all the different connections, even if they are on a VPN, and I can track it all the way through, all the way back to their computer or their device. And I can consciously, higher consciously, come up out of that device and right in front of them. And unless they are a psychic, unless they are a telepath, or unless they are a specific kind of energy frequency worker, they'll never know. And I've done it with government agents before. I've caught them. Matter of fact, they were in a certain person's live broadcast chat. They were doing a live Facebook. Hey Kai, how you doing, hun? So like bending spoons, not like bending spoons at all. Says an honest liar. No, it's not like bending spoons. Okay, let's see if I can do this without screaming. Not like bending spoons. So it's a form of higher that's a totally different ballgame. So it's a form of higher consciousness, and you literally track it back through the wires. It's a form of yeah, you just go there. It's a knowing. Yeah, it's more than that, but that's essentially it in a nutshell. And I can track them right back. I did that during a certain person's live broadcast when there were CIA agents in the chat, and I made it publicly known to the host, and then private messaged him and said, "Hey, you got government agents in your chat right now." And they were specifically hunting for people to target them. And I'm like, "You son of a piece of human." So, I touched my device and higher consciousness went straight in to the technology, and I kid you not, it was a 3-letter agency, starts with a C, figure it out. And they were going all over the frickin' globe, bouncing their link all over the frickin' globe. And this specific branch, if I remember correctly, was based out of Florida. There was one based out of Washington, D.C., that also went into Virginia, but this specific one was based out of Florida, and it took me right back in to I went straight in, up underneath the 3 keyboardists, 3 agents, while they were keyboarding and or talking on typing, and I could see the devices, the monitors, I suppose is what you'd call them, and the keyboards where they were at. They had a female agent walk up right behind them. I knew exactly what she looked like. I could describe her to the letter, have it all written down. I've talked about this publicly before. Um, and walked out of the room in higher consciousness, looked down the hallway, knew what room they were in, what the number was. Um, there were other doors. And then I went outside the building. I could see the building, the address. Had Yeah, there were so many things that, I mean, yeah. And I went back in and I literally gave one of them a shock. It was a shock of energy, and they got tingles in their fingers because they couldn't figure out what had just happened. They're typing on plastic, and I literally shot a little bit of energy, not a lot, just enough to make a point. You got somebody watching you. And it really freaked out. And he was a kid. He was, well, I call him a kid. It was about, well, 28, 29, 30, somewhere around, maybe 32, somewhere between 28 and 32. And I was like, you know what? No, this should be a safe chat for people who are having experiences. What you are doing is not okay. You're deliberately targeting people. And I let the person know. I let the person who owned that specific, this was between 2018 and 2019. I was pissed. I was really, yeah. 2019, 2020. Okay, somewhere between 2018 and 2020. So, yeah, it can happen. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the software, Amy. Amy is asking out of curiosity, what software do they use? Is it Windows based? I couldn't tell you that, because when I came up through the keyboard, I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at his face. And then I looked over to my left, and there was 2 other guys. And when I saw the woman coming, is about the time when I went out further and turned around and looked at the 3 heads in the chairs, saw that it was that specific show, and that was the chat that they were in, all 3 of them. And went back in and faced them, and then headed out. So I don't know. I wasn't paying attention enough to see that. Ozzy Ange, correct, folks. This is why to get into our food spray around us and have EMFs all around us. So we have no idea of our natural abilities. Yeah. Flat 6. The Yanomami in the Amazon would wage entire battles this way. They would have the rivers and streams carry their power. Yes. Kai, do you remove LM? I don't know what that is. So flat 6. So a physical link with an energy connection makes them more vulnerable, like Ethernet connections or light pipe. Yeah. Flat 6. Amy, I've worked as a contractor consultant for the past couple of decades. Windows is very common, but Linux and Unix are systems are preferred for high assurance environments. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Flat 6. That goes along with somebody else that I can't say how I know them or what I know that they do, but yeah. Ozzy Ange, they are in your chat, Nikki, now. I'd say they are private contractors who were remote viewing you. No, these are in astral. These guys aren't. It's different when it's a different energy signature, Ozzy Ange, when they remote view versus when they are in astral. I already know I'm watched. I'm watched every single time that I go live. Everything that I do is watched. I'm observed all the frickin' time. Gets real old, real frickin' fast. Nothing I say or do, even in my own home, is private. And that is how it is across the board with everybody now, with the technology of everything. In 1995, I believe it was, and think about how old my kid is, how old my kid was, excuse me, hang on a second. Yeah, that's right. In 1995, we had a friend who, our family had a friend who made a statement that a number of years previous, he had a friend who was a young and up and coming FBI agent, and that at that time they had the ability, in that time frame, in the early 1990s, they had the ability to listen in on landline phones, from landline phones. So when you're on a landline phone back then, the receiver was picking up everything. Think about that. 1990s versus now, everybody, almost everybody has a device, a digital device of some kind. If you don't, even with your landline, different ballgame. Completely different ballgame. Once I found that out, I was going to say figured that out. Once I made that realization as to what that really meant, there for about a week, I unplugged my landline. I unplugged not the landline itself, but I unplugged the phone cord so that nobody could listen in. And I went, well, this is ridiculous, because how are you going to get phone calls? You can still get phone calls because we had answering machines back then. But yeah, it's a completely different ballgame. Everything is listened in on. You've got TVs. If it's not a newer TV, flat screen TV, that it's got a listening device on it. If it's one of the older models, you probably won't have that. The cameras, they've got cameras on it. so they can see into the home. I mean, there's just so many different effed up things that are going on. There is no such thing as anonymity anymore nowadays. And there really wasn't even back then. We just were not aware of it. Um, and then back then we had somebody that we knew whose parents were multimillionaires. I mean, like big time multimillionaires. And this was in the 90s. And he and his wife were talking about what they had learned from his parents, a specific parent who was telling them what the government was doing with farmers and the soils and what was mandatory with manufacturing. There was a lot of information that he was getting from his parents that was mind bending back then. And I knew it was valid information. He's like, when I see you on this day, I will bring you copies of what I've got so I can, and you can read it. And he wasn't kidding. He wasn't kidding, folks. This was in the 1990s. I was trying to think if it was 92 or um 94. I think it was 94. But it hello. I mean, Ozzy Ange is just exactly right. It deals with a lot of 1313 on the numbers. Um it deals with a lot of different things that the governments, it's not just the United States government, all governments do this at some different level, at some different version. Just depends on their own technology. So there is no hope in humanity. Yes, actually there is. It's just gonna take a while before things can get better. Um um okay, so they are out of body watching. Yeah. Ozzy Ange, yeah, they're literally an astral. The ones that come into my home, they are in astral because I can actually see their soul cords. Um, when they come in, yeah, and here's the thing: when you go into astral or you remote view or you're in higher consciousness, you have an energy signature that can be tracked right back to you and your physical body. Okay. The other side to that is that unless you're a frickin' ET that knows how to master frequency, you ain't going to be covert and covering that up. Because I've had government asshats in astral who have tried to cloak. They can't cloak well enough. They think they are very well cloaked because that's most likely what they've been told by other people in astral. But when you're dealing with somebody like me and others like me, we can see beyond your cloak. So you think that you're getting away with something when you're not. And we can track you back. You have an energy signature, even with a cloak field over you. You have a energy signature. And also, if people are like me, they can smell them because you have a heightened sense of smell and you have a heightened sense of awareness. So you can smell what they smell like. You can even taste what their scent is. If you've got an enormous amount of extrasensory perception in your mouth, in your nasal and sinus capacity, in your hearing, they've affected. Yeah, it's been wicked with what they've done. But my guides, the other side, and the hierarchies and Source himself are not allowing me to be completely annihilated because they want me doing things and being active and continuously fighting this fight. So that's what I'm doing. Granted, I have issue with it at times, but it is what it is. Oh God, here goes the hair. The hair's been sticking up the entire time. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Let's see. Ange, astral needs to be cleaned up. They need to be zapped. Yeah, I have a few choice words that they should be. Yeah, I agree, Ange. Christian is saying privacy security is an illusion not everyone can see past. Exactly. Little Cam, Tailored Access Operations, NSA. Yep. Flat six, Amy, they assume active adversaries, not hypothetical ones. Very paranoid bunch of folks. Follow me to the bathroom when I'm new to a building, kind of paranoid. Yeah. Kai, now the government sucks up our data and stores all of it. Scary? Yes, it is. It's very scary. They know what your children are doing. If your kid has a device, they know exactly what your kid is doing. They know what the parents are doing, what the siblings are doing. It's really effed up. Little worthless 123. There is no hope for humanity. There is. It's hard pressed right now. Little Cam, Zuckerberg, and Facebook are indeed just as corrupt as the rest. Yeah. Amy, oh, I know. They can monitor keystrokes on a keyboard from blocks away, even if the computer is not online. Yes. Yeah, Lil Cam says keystrokes equate to personalities too. Yep. Ozzy Ange, that makes sense, Nikki. I accidentally went somewhere I wasn't supposed to, and I was basically told to leave and never return. Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of deep government facilities, not the main ones, are protected in the ethereal. They have very specific guards set up. And if you hit that boundary wall, it produces like an energetic alarm. It's a specific energetic alarm system. And they can immediately go into protection. You don't have to be physically there. Some of these buildings, some of these facilities, a lot of these programs are very deep and hidden, and they have very, very specific, energetic, ethereal, how do you say this? Also, it's part of a quantum field, and they can sense when somebody is in astral. How do I know that? I've seen it for myself. Um, Flat sixer, I've had about tech that can, heard, excuse me, not had. I've heard about tech that can allow them to monitor your position and listen to voices over residential power lines. It's not the power lines, it's the, oh crap, here we go. It's not the power lines. Not according to what I understand. It's the 5 and 6G in the poles. I can't think of what the poles are called. Phone poles, electric poles. That's not the right. The big ones that they try to hide as trees. Those pieces of shit. Nissan boy. Christian says anything can be hacked, taken over at any time by anyone if you use technology of any kind. Don't expect to have privacy or anonymous. I can't seem to say that word tonight, but yeah. Joe's still here. Use the Wi-Fi to map you in your house. Oh God, yeah. I mean, wherever your phone is, you can be in one location. Yeah, eat your own Wi-Fi monitor. Your own VPN can be your access, can be their access into your own home, and they can literally monitor where your body is by heat signatures. I mean, you talk about effed up. It goes beyond that. But yeah, I mean, you're getting into some. You talk about. See, this is all the kind of stuff when you deal with targeting. This is the kind of stuff when you get into it. And I've had people tell me, "Oh, well, just move." Excuse me? It doesn't work like that. Wherever you move to, even because the technology is so great right now, I got told by somebody who would know, not stating who, but I got told by somebody who knows that our technology, not only with military, but with private, is so specific now that even if you're in a cave, they would be able to find you. Now, how deep down in the cave, that's a different matter. Think about that for a second, will you? That that should speak volumes as to what can be done. Um, Amy says, I did know someone who was able to break through the ethereal, astral, and visit Area 51. He said it was mostly a bunch of offices and cubicles. Interesting. Joe is saying, use the Wi Fi map in your house. Esme FC44, hello, says hi. I'm saying hi back. Oziange, 5G towers. Yeah. Joe Monk towers. Yep. Oh, towers. Yeah, that's the word, not poles. Couldn't think of the word. Thank you. Appreciate that. Amy and various labs. He said it looked like Dow Chemical. Yeah, I can understand that. Flat 6 at Joe. Yeah, I've heard about that. Lil Kim says 10G will soon be here. So will 60. God, I hit a button again. Joe says, I cover my walls with peanut butter. It blocks their signal. He's joking, folks. And Nissan Boy, who is Christian, says, Joe, try Nutella. Joe says, I'm a Skippy man. I'm an Adams peanut butter or if I have peanut butter, which is very rare, I usually have almond butter. I can't think of the other name, the other name for the other natural peanut butter. I just can't think of the name of it. Anyway, Lil Cam says, but yet somehow a Ooter still loses at Brown University map psyops. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by Ooter, but okay, we'll figure it out. Flat 6 says at Joe, I use nacho cheese. Micah Esme is Micah, so hi. Ozzy Ange, hey at Joe. Ange. Amy, I was convinced plaid would scare them. Yeah, we had a conversation about plaid just recently, didn't we? um, yeah, that's the other thing. I don't have the money for a blanket, so I've been using. Uh, I don't have the money for a. I need to be more specific. For a Faraday blanket to protect me from the frequency, so I've been creating a metal blanket, and it's worked well. Gets interesting. Um, let's see. Ozzy, I use holy water. It does the job. Oh, that would be good. Nissan Boy Christian, I thought I could hide in camo. Well, Cam, there was. Oh, really, little Cam? I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that. He's talking about a situation that happened in Rhode Island apparently yesterday. Yeah, yesterday would have been Saturday. Ow. Okay, apparently I need to take my magnesium. Sorry, guys. Um, Mm-hmm. I agree, Ozzy Ange. Ozzy Ange just said, I bought a Faraday hat, great for meditation. You know, the interesting thing is that when I put the metal blanket over my head at night or whenever I sleep, take a nap or whatever, um, I get the best sleep. It's some of the best sleep I've had in, oh, since 2019, actually. It's really nice. I very much appreciate it. Um, uh, so yeah, that there's a specific kind of Faraday blanket for these kind of frequencies that are being used. Excuse me, and I think it's, God, I'm trying to remember the last thing I think it was $264. I think. There was also another. I know they make Faraday clothing now. And I highly agree with that. Whoever started doing that, I highly, yeah, I'm coming down because now I'm getting the pain. Um, so that's okay. So gotta eat my ginger. My slices are getting a little on the old side, but um, oh, that's spicy. Woohoo! Mm, holy crap, that is spicy. I also protect under my bed. Yeah, that's a good job. Okay, so Amy is saying the most advanced tech can be fouled with some very simple things when you know what they are. Yeah. Nissan. Oh, Christian, good night, Nikki. I gotta get some sleep. I'm not as cool as you, so I'm tired. Stay safe. Oh, honey. when I come off this broadcast, I'm gonna be well, I think I'll probably be laying in bed for a few hours before I finally fall asleep, trying to meditate and get rid of some energy out of the body and kind of calm down. So, um, um, I named my dog Mohammed. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Christian, thanks for coming in. It's good to see you. 1714 on the numbers right now. Which works about 1:35 on the clock right now. Um, anyway, we've had a hell of a long conversation tonight, and if you want to, for those 15, um, and night, Nikki, and all in the chat. Thank you, Ange. I appreciate it. I hope you have a really good day tomorrow. Take very good care of yourself, my dear. Big hugs. Um, yes, yeah. Esme, Micah. I don't know if this is the same thing, but when I feel a lot of static in my hair, I feel moody and need to put some water in my hair. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Zach, oh my bad. Good night. Actually, it's fine to ask the question, hun. You're totally well within your rights to ask. If you're feeling that kind of frequency, then I'd be asking what specific electronic, because the frequencies that they're using will make you hum. They will not raise your hair. Um, they will not put static in your hair. So the kind of energy that you're dealing with, to me, sound, now I could be mistaken. Definitely look into this. Definitely do your research. But to me, it sounds more like a electronic frequency that is creating static. So that's a completely different kind of frequency altogether than what most of us that are targeted with. If you've got that kind of thing, I would definitely get an EF meter, or some kind of device that checks your outlets in where you live or where you feel that energy from. Like if you're sitting on a couch and you have that and your hair starts getting raised, I would be testing your um, your outlets, your electronic cords. Um, I would be testing a bunch of different things because that's questionable. That's on a dangerous level, questionable. Um, Frequency weapons don't typically raise your hair like that. So just an FYI. At least not to my experience and not to what I've learned from other people who are quite heavily targeted. Um, so just do your research, look into it. You might want to have an electrician if you can figure it out on your own before you really spend any major money. Um, Check also your electric boxes. Make sure that everything is okay. Uh, I'm trying to think of. Well, it depends on what's taking place. If you've got stray hairs or things that are creating, you're getting, if you're having it to where it's going up like this and then coming back down, those are flyaways. That's a different ball game. But if you're getting actual static electricity, um, you might be rubbing your socks a on a on a rug. You might be doing it yourself. That's all natural, normal stuff. If you're using the wrong shampoo, um, sometimes when you're walking, you're creating static electricity on different because of different things you're around. Your own personal frequency is elevated, and then if you're walking over rugs with socks on, you create friction, which then our bodies are electric. The human body is a proven fact. Our human body is water, and we are also a form of electricity. And you can project. It gets real interesting and real fascinating. Anyway, um, I haven't checked. Yeah, I'm at 44 on the number. Anyway, Um, ask me, Micah. Okay, thank you, love. My mom says it's the shampoo. It can be, but you can also be doing it yourself. Micah, it just might be me. I thought. Thank you again. Yeah, you're welcome. There are too many factors to that one. If you're getting steady electricity, check to make sure it's not you first, but definitely check those outlets. Um, Check the electric box, and but I would highly suspect, based on what you're talking about, it's more like you. um High energy can do that. um that also comes down to what age you are, what energetic level you are. It also comes down to, um are you able to control it? Well, that's always fun, learning to control it, especially if you're young. So, but we don't need to get into all that. But anyhow, on that note, it's been a long ride, folks. I am gonna say good note, good night. Yeah, I'm starting to come down. It's time to go. I hope you have a very good evening, very good rest of your weekend. I hope you have a wonderful week. Uh, take very good care. Do some self-care for yourself. Take care of you. Say no when you have to take care of you. You got to do things to take care of you before you can take care of other people. And find things that have humor in them, because the more you bring even a chuckle into your life, if you can do that at least once a day, hell, even once every 3 days, is really good for the body. Laughter helps make the best medicine. It opens up the vagus nerve. Also, if you hum, that also opens up the vagus nerve. Or if you open your mouth and do it, oh, that's not the lowest I can get, but it's an example. It opens up the vagus nerve, creates better blood flow to the brain, to the rest of the body, and it can help with, do your own research, but look into as it can potentially help with inflammation and things of that nature. So it also shifts frequencies in your body, help for more positivity. Anyway, take very good care of yourself. Esme, Micah is saying thank you again. Micah, is my favorite. Yeah. The best one for me is keeping the mouth closed. Well, I'm not holding the position correctly in my back. In a second, let me see if I can do this. Okay, here we go. It creates a different frequency in the body. And when you do that, as long as you can get your spine in alignment, it's better if you can anyway. If you can't, you can't. That's how life is sometimes. But if you can get your back in alignment and do that and hum, it literally helps open the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve helps with better blood flow throughout the body. Do your own research. Don't take it on my example. I'm just telling you what I've learned from my own experience. So, but try it, and try it a few times a day. If you can't do it a few times a day, try it at least once a day and see the change in your physical body. Pay attention to how it feels. How does it feel in your tailbone when you do that? Can you feel it in your lungs when you do that? You'll hear it in your ears. You'll feel it in your throat because your throat will vibrate. But can you feel it in your chest when you do it? What about in your stomach? What about in your butt? Can you feel that when you vibrate like that? How long can you hold that for? All of those things are key things that play into this. How long can you hold that for before you have to take a deep breath? That's the other side of it. How far deep can you go into your lungs or into your diaphragm? If you can go really deep into your diaphragm when you do that, you then open up a whole different ball game for the rest of your body, all the way down to your heels and into your toes. Now, if you can do that after you meditate and get into a whole new meditation stance, that's a whole nother ball game, baby. That is another level. Complete other level. Now, I'm not teaching government how to use abilities. What I'm doing is teaching everybody else how you can get into a proper frequency in your body. and it's proper for you and your body at whatever level that you can hum. So whether you do a mm, or a mm, or mm, or whatever level you can do it at, you will try testing it. What works best for your body at what level? Must be Micah. Will do. You're so awesome. I want to expand my abilities. I'm a singer. You're a singer. Awesome. Are you soprano, baritone, or oh crap, I forgot the other one. Shit. I forgot the middle. Oh well, that's all right. It's been a long time, baby, since I've even begun that route. But yeah, so then you'll know. You'll know the different levels. Anyway, figure out what works. Sit down and do this and make sure your back is straight. Make sure your back can be in alignment as best as you can. 11:15 on the numbers. Please hit like and subscribe to the channel if you can. Share this out if you find any of this useful. There's been a large range of discussions tonight. So we've gone from death, dying, the other side, targeting body response, predictions, government, SSP, um, performing arts, all different kinds of herbals, supplements, and what people can do for their own. So if you find any of these conversations useful, please share it out. I don't normally, I try not to normally get into all of that, but it does help with the algorithms, and kind of need to be doing that business side of it, even though I don't want to. Anyhow, find what works for you and best for you, and it'll help start a whole nother avenue of dealing with your own abilities. And when you can do that, things will really start opening up. The other thing you can do is start talking to your guides. You can talk to them, but you have to try being verbal. If you cannot deal with it mentally, try being verbal about it at first. Just like you're talking to your best friend. If you have a best friend, just talk to the guides as if they're standing right or sitting right in front of you. Like you're having a cup of coffee and you're drinking and you're sitting there just drinking your coffee and you're having a conversation. It's a one-sided conversation, but if you speak it, you put it in. You put it into play, out into the universe, out into the ether, out into the other side. And when you do that, if you start paying attention to the things around you, the signs and symbols that start coming into play regarding the things that happen in your life, you'll start noticing patterns. You'll start taking notice of the different avenues and different aspects in your life. The different signs where your guides are trying to communicate with you. That is important to take notice of, okay? That's the kind of thing. So if you start doing all of that and you start paying attention, you bring up more of your abilities. It will help it will help to bring more of your abilities into alignment. Okay, yeah, it is. I'm starting to get a little tired now. So those are the things to try first. Another one is to clear or clean your environment. If you have an environment that is messy, that can affect your a messy environment or an unorganized environment. It doesn't matter. God, sorry, it's driving me nuts. Um, looks like I got a long hair that's coming from here all the way down there and wrapping around. And it's like there's not a damn thing there. It's just driving me nuts. Sorry. Um, but if you have a specific area that is messy or cluttered, pick it up, organize it into containers. It's still messy, but it's in the container messy instead of out everywhere messy. Okay. Think of that kind of thing as, because when you do that, what you're doing is you're changing the environment, which changes the frequency in your environment. So that's another way to help. And then a couple of months later, make sure that you're doing more of that progressively on and on and on. Because what ends up taking place is when you make those changes, you end up and you start learning about the breathing from the diaphragm as far down as you can. So I used to be a flute player when I was in high school, well, from junior high through high school. And one of the things is you have to learn to open up your chest, your breathing capacity. And that is a big deal. It really becomes a major player in getting as big of a breath in. Plus, it will help you when you get ill. So, for example, if you've got sinus and ear issues and you're getting drainage, well, this is a throat thing. I'm getting a dry throat. If you get that and try doing your deep breaths. One of the things that saved me and my health, being the way I am, hello, it's obvious. One of the things that saved me was because I was a flute player in junior high through high school, and from from sophomore year, so 2 years, or well, technically 3, but anyway, 2 years in high school, all the way through the rest of my life, I have been a major proponent of deep breathing. And okay, hang on. Excuse me. So when you do that deep breathing, and you do it on a daily basis, and you breathe in, you're breathing from essentially your diaphragm from as low as you can possibly go. You start training your lungs deeper and deeper and deeper into your core. So you go from what you think you can do, but when you start training those lungs to get wider and deeper in your deep breathing, you have tried going as low as you can go. You eventually train your body into deep breathing states. Those deep breathing states are vital for surviving illness, for, in my opinion, for surviving illnesses, and I mean like breathing issue illnesses, for surviving different functions, for dealing with higher levels of frequencies, for dealing with all different aspects of this. So think about this. It really makes a major difference. If I had not, see, there were so many things in my life that if they did not happen, they would not have made me who I am today. For example, such as junior high through high school when I was a flute player. Granted, I sucked at it. Royally sucked shit at it. Make no bones about that. I was one of the last 3 players almost always. I was either in the middle or I was at the end, or in the middle or at the end. Didn't make any difference. I didn't. And I hated that. It was a form of competition, but I get why they do it. I just freaking hated that. But you have to learn because those breathing techniques really need to be started from a very young age. I used to have kids that lived with me. Okay, it just went I lost the image and then it came back on again. So I don't know if I assume I'm still live and broadcasting. The numbers are still going and I still see me on here, but you never know. Anyway, point is I used to have little kids live with me, kids that I considered my grandkids at the time. And one of the things that I used to do with working with them is take a deep breath, because that makes a big difference. It helps to alleviate stress in our shoulders. It helps to alleviate some of the stress in our body. It helps children to understand that when you take a deep breath, and if you are consistent with those kids over the course of even through their teenage years and their adulthood, it makes a significant difference, because then you're changing your, thank you, Flat Six, I appreciate that. uh Esme Micah says I agree. Oh, good. It So you understand it as a singer, you get it at whatever level you're singing at, you get it, you understand. So it makes a significant difference when you learn those deep breathing techniques, because when you get into the meditation route, that's a different ball game, because then you can get into a deeper form of meditation. Truly, it makes a greater significance in all of this. So this is a teaching moment, or a learning moment for you guys in what I've learned. And every aspect of what has gone on in my life has taught me for up until now. Every aspect of those negative or positive things in my life have brought me here to where I'm talking to you. So learn from my experiences. If it can help you, use it. So, I mean, I'm not giving permission for copyrighted material, and I'm not giving permission for, I can't think of what it's called. Intellectual property, is that the terminal? I think that's the terminal, intellectual property. I'm not giving permission for my intellectual property, or my art, or my AI created art that I've actually created with different models of AI. So I'm not giving any of that away, but I am saying what I'm telling you here and now. If these things help you, use them for what we're dealing with, because if you want to learn how to open up and deal, it's more than just, oh, you get into meditation. Bullshit. It's more than that. It goes a lot further than that. So open up the blood brain barrier with the and get into okay, we're gonna remove that. We're gonna get into all the different other levels of dealing with your own energy, listening to your guides, getting into how to do these things. You want to learn about your own abilities. These are some of the ways to go about doing that. Okay, I had to write that in. Anyway, on that note, it is essentially time to go. So I was just reading chat. I was making sure I caught up with everybody. Anyhow, take very good care for this this coming Sunday and Monday, and this coming week. Take very good care of yourself. Make sure you get in some good self-care and be good to yourself. find some humor, find some joy, things that create even seconds of happiness or seconds of chuckling. It makes a difference, folks. It really, really does. Josen is saying Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you all stay safe, do very well. And remember, if you need to self isolate because you can't handle being around somebody, it's okay to do that. That's part of self care. But just don't stay locked there forever, okay? That doesn't necessarily work. So be good to yourself, be good to others if you can, please. You too, be good to yourself. Journey, yes. Merry Christmas, yes. Thanks, Micah. Anyway, bye, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a great week. Take very good care. And I hope you come back. I hope you get interested in all of this stuff. Anyway, bye, folks. Okay, I gotta find the button. I always have problems finding the dang button. Anyway, bye, guys.